Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 22nd of March, 2022. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. I'll call this meeting to order at 9:01. And you've had an agenda circulated around. Would there be any additions to that? I have one deletion. We have item 4.4, and I would need a motion to reschedule that to April the 12th. They're unable to attend today. I'll go with Councillor Ratcliffe because I usually look to my right. So, any further discussion? If not, a motion for that amendment. All in favor? And that's carried. And then a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Melhoff. And all those in favor? And that is carried. And then also the minutes of the previous meeting of, I believe, March the 8th was circulated. Any errors or omissions? If not, I would look for a motion to adopt that. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 4. And good morning. We have a delegation today, and that's Cindy Easton and Kandis Stradecki. I hope I didn't hurt your names. No, you didn't. And welcome. We'll do a quick round of introductions here, and I'll start with Councillor Melhoff.
Good morning, Councillor Melhoff, Division 1. That's everything southwest out that way.
Hello.
There we go. Thank you, Tracy Lynn. Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2, and that's Highway 12, and tie me a little south of 598 to the east end of the county.
Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and that's East Central, kind of straddling Highway 11, and I'm also Reeve.
Welcome, ladies. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5, which largely encircles the town and west to the park border to Norday.
Welcome, Councillor Cermak for Division 6, which is south of the county.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim CAO.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you for having us and taking the time to meet with us. I just wanted to, most of you have met me at one time or another. My regular job is with the Mountain Rose Center, formerly called the Mountain Rose Wound Shelter Association. But today I'm here wearing a different hat. I'm also a board member of the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation, and I do that in my spare time. Not that I have any, but, and my colleague you probably know as well, Kandis Stradecki, she's actually a mental health worker at the hospital. She is the chair of the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation, also doing that in her spare time in the community. So we're here to talk about housing in our community and the impacts that that has. So to start out with, and this is where things get always convoluted. The Mountain Rose Center actually runs a housing program. We've been doing that now for 8 years. Since 2015, and slide 3, sorry, there we go. So since we've started, we've actually worked with 595 clients. That could be a mom with 4 kids, so we would only count the mom. So there's actually, if it's children, we don't count them as part of that. So in 8 years, we've worked with 595 clients that are homeless, vicariously housed, which means they might be sleeping in a vehicle, or in a tent or in a camper somewhere, or they're couch surfing, meaning that they have no guaranteed housing. They could be asked to leave the next day. So our most current quarterly stats were from December, and we had 17 new client intakes in those 3 months. At any given time, we have between 65 and 70 homeless people or precariously housed people in our community. We know that because we have done 2 homeless counts, and we're gonna be hopefully doing another one this year. So the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation became a registered society in 2016. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. Our AGM is always in September, so we had an AGM in September 2021. We've partnered together with many agencies, including our housing services at the Mountain Rose Center. And we've had 2 events. Our second event was just this past November. And we had 25 community attendees. It was by invitation only because of the COVID restrictions. So we could only have 25 people at the event. So we did by invitation only. It was very successful, again, looking at what housing. A few people attended, so that's even great. So some of our relationships, next slide, thank you. Some of our relationships, when we start looking at housing, we've brought as many people as we can to the table. So that includes our Métis Association, the Lord's Food Bank, the Mustard Seed out of Red Deer. We've been working with Red Deer Housing Authority. We don't have our own housing authority, so we fall under Red Deer. We have a senior housing authority, but they only deal with seniors in our communities. So other individuals that need some kind of housing support fall under Red Deer. It is very challenging because we're their most outlying communities. So they do Innisfail, Delburn, Lacombe, a bunch of different communities. So currently in Rocky Mountain House, we have 10 subsidized families through Red Deer Housing Authority. And unfortunately, that is their max. So in order for anyone new to get on Red Deer Housing Authority subsidies, somebody basically has to drop off. A couple of years ago, we were contacting them like in March saying we need a housing support or a subsidy for someone. And they were like, our budget's gone for this year, so call us in January. So that's a real challenge that we don't have our own housing authority. Government funded. Of course, the town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, and the Friendship Center are just a few of our partners. And now I'll let Kandis speak about what we've been doing.
Are you able to ask, are we able to ask questions
Sure,
as you go, or
sure.
do you want us to wait till the end?
No, go ahead.
Okay, you don't mind?
Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
thank you. How would we go about getting our own housing authority, and would that be beneficial to put the work into doing so?
It would, but the government's not funding any more housing authorities.
Okay.
So it would, to get the funding that Red Deer has, we were thinking that with some creative partnerships, that the Rocky Senior Housing Foundation might want to expand their boundaries. Unfortunately, that hasn't come to fruition yet.
Right. We haven't had the conversation currently, right?
Okay.
But I do think, I agree with Cindy, that's the workaround. Because those housing authorities were set in the late 80s, I want to say, yeah. Like I was still in high school. So they've been in place for quite some time, and we're not going to change that structure now. And so I think we need to work with what we have, which is part of the explanation about our current activities. So we have contact with the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation for funding to purchase a building. Now, I shouldn't say that we have funding in place. We've been speaking with them about different grants. There's always an advisor that works with us because as every year comes with the federal government and the provincial government, there's different types of monies available for that. So we're working towards being able to have a building that would address what we call the spectrum of homelessness or the spectrum of housing. To that end, we do have a business plan to develop and operate a homeless shelter and a transitional housing program, because there's no point in providing housing for someone on a temporary stance if we're not then going to give a hand up and help people move into community, right? We are currently working on our application for the charitable status through the CRA, which has a number of loopholes, and you would not recognize that until you had to do it. And we have 4 different steps, so we're on the 2nd step right now. Part of the complication with that is that we have to sort of have somebody attached to it, so that would be like myself or Cindy, because we have professional associations that we're members of. So we are working on that, which then will make it easier as we're moving forward for people to donate, contribute, leave legacy, that kind of stuff. Next, oh, thank you. So our current need within the Clearwater County, so if we were to look at our affordable housing demographics, first of all, we can say that we have an aging population that doesn't qualify for senior benefits. And one of our board members is actually our continuing care counselor, so she works exclusively with seniors. This is actually an increasing and growing problem within our community. I'm sure that you've seen the demographics that would illustrate that actually our population is aging. This is going to become more of a problem for us. There's not enough spaces for seniors, and the difficulty that we have with seniors is that we have young seniors all the way to elderly seniors, right? So we need housing that will address those needs along the age spectrum. Single parent males have to relocate due to a lack of affordable housing and parenting support in our community. One of the difficulties that we have is that when we have dads who are parenting and trying to work, often the kinds of work that they would do is not very well supported through our childcare options or our housing options. So consequently, we're actually losing people from our community that if we had other kinds of housing available to them, they might be able to stay here longer. Also, what we see during the summer months is that we see some of those kind of what we would consider transient or transitional, right? They could stay longer, again, if we had other kinds of housing options. And then just for information purposes, a single woman receiving income supports is provided $680 currently for rent, food, clothing, utilities, personal hygiene, and other living expenses. I'm not sure of any place in Rocky Mountain House right now where you could rent for $680, afford the utilities, and then pay for those other things on top of it. So this is just, it speaks to what our need is when we have people that are sort of under. Sorry, is there something?
Councillor Ratcliffe has a question when you
Okay.
have a chance.
Okay,
Interrupt you there.
yeah.
You were talking about an aging population that doesn't qualify for senior benefits. Like what age range is that?
So
I'm
anybody,
assuming under 65?
no, anybody that is over 65, a very difficult age group to serve is actually in the 60 to 65 because they don't really necessarily qualify for pension. They don't qualify for full seniors benefits, right? And then often they are kind of at the end of their work career or they've had multiple interruptions or issues, right? So I can say, working as a mental health liaison, those are the people that I really struggle to support. So does our continuing care counselor. I think the other thing that's not on here, but that perhaps you should know, is that there are a few of us also working with a committee to try to bring something similar to a community social worker to our community. So we've been gathering information about that. So just most recently, because I work at the hospital and so working with the doctors group, one of the most interesting things to come out of this is that in the last month, we've done statistics as well. We have 11 what we would call recurrent visitors to our ER, meaning that they are coming multiple times in a week. We are spending lots of human resource time as well as financial resources on them. And often, because I can think of 3 people right off the top, they're over 60, but they don't qualify for that other stuff yet. And those people who would be on CPP disability, they certainly don't qualify, right? Because you need to then reach the age of 65 before you move from CPP disability to your pension. So those are folks that often are they're struggling. They're living marginally, and they're living marginally at a time when they can't necessarily afford to in terms of their health or their employability or their mobility. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Can I just jump in?
Yeah.
And remember, your CPP you pay into. So a lot of women that took time off for child rearing may not have worked for 18 years of their lives or more. So the CPP is what they paid into it. So I have a sister that ran an approved home for 30 years and her CP will be $75 a month. So if you think when she turned 65, her old age security now, that runs about just under $700 and she'll get 75 bucks on her CPP. So her total income will be about under $800 a month as a senior. So people always say, oh, you get your old age pension plus you get your CPP. Well, you only get your CPP if you paid into it, right? So, and then it's only, unless you're paying maximum every year, it's only a portion of, right? So we need to understand that a lot of women especially don't have that opportunity, so.
Right, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so our next steps, what we're hoping to be able to do moving forward, we have already had contact with an architect who will be doing a consultation and a rough schematic for us in terms of the building that we would like to pursue. I would note that for a number of us sitting on the board, by the bylaws, we should actually be leaving the board this year. So we will be looking within our community for an active recruitment of board members coming for October of 2022. In terms of our funding opportunities, we are still back and forth, CMHC with the Community Housing Transformation Center grant, federally with the Rapid Housing Initiative, the capital grant. I can say towards that end, again, 3 of us from our board recently traveled to Edson to go look at the program that they have. What is interesting is that, so their program is run by a nonprofit as well. Difficulty being that when we meet with people within other communities, they have gaps just as we have gaps. And so, certainly points to take forward. But I think that our business plan, we have a fairly strong sense of what's going on within our community and in our county. The highlights in terms of what we have done. So until the spring of just this past year, all of our work has been completed by volunteer board members and through our community partnerships. We have received a few grants, which sort of over this last year, we've been able to have some administrative support and specialized contractors. So that is how our business development plan came about. And so then, of course, in order for us to move forward, because as Cindy pointed out, all of us kind of do this off the side of our desks. And for a few of us, this is not the only volunteer thing that we do. So we would really like to be able to move forward as an organization and recognize that you start small, and having somebody in place that can do some of those administrative things that we can't attend to necessarily every day. Okay, so I know that we only get 15 minutes and we're 4 minutes over that. But if you have any other questions.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If we were to, if we were to change the terms of reference of the seniors housing authority and include this, would the funding that is currently in the Red Deer Housing Board, that you said there was 10 spots that are allocated to Clearwater County region, would that funding come with it, with the change of that?
I don't know, it's government, I don't know.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think we can petition for that, certainly, and I think that we could also demonstrate, certainly we have enough information in terms of the statistics, that we've done. Like we're looking, and that includes information about the county as well, because when we first started doing this in 2015, that information came forward about how many people were actually homeless within the county as well. So I think that we would have enough information to state our case and to have that transferred over. I'm pretty certain that Red Deer Housing Authority is not going to want to let go of that. Of course, they're not going to want to. No, but I do think that we have enough information to petition that and to say that the the population has increased in the county. While it's fallen in the town itself, it's increased in the county. So we would have, I think, good support for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Absolutely.
This question is potentially for administration. How do we get the boards that council allots people to, that we take in nominations for, and then we add the community members to? How do they get added, how do boards get added to our purview to add individuals? Don't know if I'm asking the question accurately, but.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Actually, I'll turn that over to my colleague, Mr. Martinson, who deals with community services.
So, there's a little bit of different process for how the boards typically operate, and a board of council, they would be enabled through bylaws, that you pass and consider here, for the senior housing board, because there's, all the local municipalities involved with that, and because it's enabled through legislation, there would, you know, possibly be a bit of a different process, but voluntarily, they can consider whatever issues they want, should the board agree to that. You know, there's nothing limiting them from discussing and helping out in that manner, but to affix it to funding, you know, there may be some processes that needed to be changed formally, and then as pointed out by the delegates, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee funding coming in that realm, but it would certainly give the local governments and other agencies a platform to start lobbying for that and start, it's, you know, the problem I think is well defined when it comes to us being in the shadow of the bigger center. It's really hard to point that out and not have a solution. That doesn't typically get you very far in that area, but if you have a solution, which is here, we have a turnkey organization ready to roll. You just got to write the check to us. I think that could be a fruitful lobby or process that all this community's local governments would have to be sort of on board with to be able to be effective, in my opinion.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Would we work with that then through the ICC process with the town in order to look at changing or requesting a change in terms of reference? Or should we be looking at building a whole new committee of, or board of council and calling it the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation through through the efforts that they've already put forward?
I think there's a few different ways that could be achieved, and maybe the best approach would be to leave it with administration. We'll consult. I mean, these folks seem like they got an idea, and we work with them quite a bit. So we probably draw on those resources and bring back some options for council to consider that. You know, that would be maybe a top-down approach. There could be an approach that starts at the seniors housing board and sort of goes up to council. So we could lay that out in sort of a future agenda item for council if it pleases the Reeve. At that time, you could sort of make your policy direction.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. In regards to last fall, when I attended the Stone Stoop, there were some action items that were coming out of that. Are you doing a follow-up with that sometime this year? I know that the CEO of the senior housing was involved with that. There was quite a few agencies involved with that. That was a very uplifting day for me to be able to collaborate and discuss this. And the information brought forward was great through the brainstorming sessions. Because I'm looking at the fact that you guys had identified at that point in time that yes, the Red Deer Authority was very minimal or supportive, I guess, in this particular area, and that there might be alternates to going forward. So any thoughts on doing another Stone Soup or before October? Nope.
No, we have talked about that. We are also looking at putting that into like budget request, right? Because it does, of course, cost money to host that. But we are aware of those action items though, and we have been slowly ticking away at some of those. For example, I'm sure you know one of the major issues that came up that always comes up is transportation. And so we have already completed a grant application for that. Yeah, Matt was very supportive in that, but Andrea from FCSS and myself put that proposal in. The information we got back is, thank you, we've received your request and we'll let you know. So we are slowly working towards resolving some of those issues, but again, for those of us who are doing that over and above, right? But I think we're cognizant of that, we want to do that, because you weren't at the first Stone Soup for Housing, but the first Stone Soup for Housing had almost 80 people present. So that's an extremely strong turnout for our community, so we would like to continue building on that.
We probably will have another Stone Soup,
Yeah,
October, November. We waited 2 years?
yeah,
to be
well,
more so because of funding and COVID.
and COVID.
Right? So if things stay good, we will probably look at having another one.
Yeah.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, I know we're keeping you
That's okay.
No, it's
extra
fine.
time here, but I think it's very important for council.
Yeah, great presentation, thanks for that. Because there is a rise, like there's more, like for homelessness and mental health and stuff like that, those concerns and issues are on the rise. What's, if you go back in history, has that always been there and just people didn't know about it, or is there ones, are there a couple specific things that are leading to the rise in that could be addressed so that it doesn't balloon into, you know, more and bigger and bigger?
So I can speak to that.
Yeah.
So in my professional capacity, two things. So I worked here at Child Welfare for 15 years, and I have been a member of our crisis response team with mental health for 21 years, and have been in this position that I'm in full-time for almost 7 years as the mental health liaison. So what I can tell you is that what we have seen is what I would describe as an ebb and flow. Generally speaking, when our economy is doing really well, we don't see so much of the problem. But when our economy is not doing well, like we experienced in 2015 to 2017, that's probably the busiest I've ever been in my job, ever. And it was really particularly devastating because what people don't recognize is that mental health difficulties often lead to suicide. And Alberta has one of the highest suicide rates in Canada, right? So I think it's always been present, but it's been more hidden. And because when our economy is doing well, and what I see with a lot of people that struggle with mental health difficulties is, as long as they can be busy, they can manage that. And so when you're a man and you're working very hard, it's easier to keep that hidden. What we do see now more so is that people try to self-manage mental illness by using substances. And so we're also seeing an increase in substance abuse or substance misuse and overdose, whether that be intentional, accidental, or fatal. So I think, Deputy Reeve, to answer your question, it's always been there. It's just, I think it's becoming more prevalent. And also COVID, honestly, escalated that for people because all of a sudden, people who were busy and who were capable and who were working and very involved were not. And so we're having more self-reporting, I would say, and also referrals coming through the doctors. We're seeing more of that. So to keep it from rising, that was your second question. How do we keep that from rising and becoming worse? I think one of the things that we need to do is, as a community at large, we need to talk about having wraparound services. We need to look at integrated services. We need to talk openly that mental health is no different than physical health. We have a lot of conversation about how to protect your body, how to avoid certain types of chronic diseases, et cetera, et cetera. Mental health is no different, and in fact, it's equally, sometimes more important, because when we're not in our right mind, we don't eat well, we don't exercise, we don't socialize, we start to take riskier behaviors. So I think part of what we need to do in that instance is look at strategies where we're working with our physicians group, where we're working with our local health authority, and as a community where we talk about what do we want to have as our outcomes. Because when we have good health outcomes, we have other positive health outcomes, right? And I think we need to start with children. We need to recognize that children are impacted, that their mental health can be negatively impacted as well. And we need to support families to support their children.
And one last question from Councillor Ratliff.
Thank you, Reeve, and not really a question. Cindy and Kandis, I have to admire your abilities to every day deal with people in desperate parts of their lives and to work as hard as you do to make our community better. Thank you for that and the presentation.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank you, Cindy and Kandis, for your presentation today. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham, would you have a question?
Sorry, I know you said that was the last question. A very quick one. For the volunteers that you need for your board, do they need any credentials, and where can people find information on that?
We don't have a website.
No.
You know,
So just reach out to you ladies?
yeah, just
okay.
give us a call and really,
We just need somebody who cares.
yeah,
Like, really, right? It only
that-
takes one person to make a difference.
that has time,
Yeah.
right? Because we don't have paid staff, it means we do it. So, you know, that means phoning Kandis on Saturday, right? Like,
Yep.
it's, you know, we are passionate about it, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Super. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to update us today, and thank you again for the great work you're doing. Looking for a motion to accept this presentation for information. Councillor Swanson, any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you
Thank
all
you.
very
Thank
much.
you. If you want other information, we're both available to also meet privately if you would like to continue the conversation. Thanks.
So that brings us down to item 4.2, and I think we're joined by some of our RCMP friends here this morning. Constable Dave Thomson, I believe. I think I've spoken with you on the phone a time or two, but never met you in person, but welcome today. We'll do a quick round of introductions, starting with Councillor Melhoff.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Council for Division 4 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratliff, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor, Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim CAO.
And I'm David Thomson. We can get the jokes out of the way right now. You know what? I kind of had a thing to put on here. I'll trim the fat, even though that usually has the most flavor, and just stick with the meat here. So like I said, David Thomson with Traffic Services out of Rocky Mountain House, RCMP. I guess to put it simply, most people don't know that traffic services is a thing within the RCMP. So we have general duty, and they cover everything, like it says general duty. And we do traffic services. Now, our model from 1965 or so of traffic enforcement or patrol has changed dramatically with the times. We understand and recognize that it is not 1965, and we don't have to stand by the roadside with a crank-up radar set anymore, and that speed maybe isn't necessarily our top priority. However, we still have the four pillars that we look for: impaired driving, distracted driving, speeding, and seatbelts. These are the most critical on our roadways, and we look to reduce that. Also within our model, we're looking to we're shifting more to supplementing and assisting detachments more. For example, Rocky Mountain House. While we're not really supposed to take calls, as it were, We let the general duty guys do that. However, when we're in the patrol area and we hear a call come in, we will assist if need be. We're really good, we're really fortunate within Rocky Mountain House in that our supervisors allow traffic services to take some calls. For example, if general duty guys are swamped, we're still police officers, we're still investigators. No, I don't just write seatbelts and speeding tickets, that's not the focus of my job, but we will go and attend calls for service. You guys, sorry about that, 301. You guys are well aware that Rapid has been introduced by the province, and that's an integrated service using Fish and Wildlife under the body of the Solicitor General now, who can also respond to emergency calls. Our traffic services has recognized that in property crime, for example. So instead of just concentrating on the highways and looking for speeders or impaired drivers, for example, my patrol in Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, includes going out in the rural. So if we notice there's a rash of thefts from oil lease sites or something like that, I'll go into these sites at all hours. It doesn't matter. So, like I said, the focus has kind of changed, and I think most people don't recognize that. Within that, we want to engage with our stakeholders and our partners, right? So anyone from counselors such as yourselves, right down to shopkeepers, and getting input from them, what they think traffic services, keeping in mind we're looking at road safety, what we can do to help and supplement, like I said, the detachment. Any questions at this point?
I think not. Continue on.
Okay, like I said, I was gonna trim the fat and just keep right down to the meat, because I believe my friend has more important things to discuss.
Not really.
No? Okay, so being that I'm based out of Rocky Mountain House, my management actually comes from Blackfalds, and that encompasses Stettler as well. So Stettler, Blackfalds, Rocky Mountain House is all one traffic unit. So there's quite a few of us. And we can migrate to wherever we need to be. So my patrol area encompasses all of Clearwater County. So basically right to the park gates, to Sundre, all the way out. I can go to Olds or Innisfail even. I can go out to Stettler and then all the way up to Lacombe. That's basically the patrol area. When looking at conducting our patrols, I look at where the call volume is at the time. So I'll go into our police management unit and I'll have a look and see where I need to be, where the most activity is. For example, today it'll be Highway 752 and Highway 11, because between 4 and 5 o'clock p.m., some of you already know, the industrial traffic coming out of there is sometimes insane. And what bothers me is I've sat in the construction zones and enforced speed for them, and then when they're going home, they decide not to follow that speed, right? So that'll be today. I'll open the floor to any input you guys might have about anything you think traffic services might be able to do to enhance public safety.
Would either of Councillor Ratcliffe or Councillor Melhoff's question or Councillor Graham's question be related to that? No. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Melhoff. I'll start with
Thank you,
Division
Reeve. In the traffic, like in your traffic safety section, is the accident analysis in your purview, or is that in a general duty purview? Like when there's been a traffic accident and they have to bring in the analyst, is that in your portfolio or a different portfolio?
And it goes under whoever the investigator is on scene at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so anybody can effectively activate the collision analyst.
Because it's my understanding that there's only like 2 of them in the province, or have they increased that?
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay.
I know there's very few of them.
So it gets hard to bring those guys.
We've had to bring guys from Lethbridge before.
Yeah, it can sometimes be a challenge. So are you guys looking at maybe expanding that, or is that also a question that I may be?
The last 2 years of recent world events have hampered many things, and I think the recovery process has just begun. So it's going to be at least a year before we have more bodies in that position of collision analyst.
Perfect, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. Does school bus safety fall under your list of traffic safety?
Yeah, so does it fall under our mandate, if you will?
I guess, yeah.
Absolutely. If it's under the Traffic Safety Act, use of the highway rule, the rules of the road regulation, it falls under us. In fact, I was out between 7:50 and almost 9 o'clock. I go on school patrol. And that encompasses school buses, crosswalks, any back alleys, because kids are walking to school as well as riding the bus, right? In the afternoons, I'll pick a bus at complete random and just follow it at a great distance to watch for those people that choose not to stop for the stop signs for children crossing our rural roads.
If we have a bus driver who's struggling, our peace officers have been helping out a bus driver and doing a wonderful job, but obviously they can't be there all the time.
Yep.
Can they contact you for some assistance, or
How do you mean?
just to go and be visible? It's on Highway 22 and people are just blowing right through the lights and there's a 6-year-old that gets off at the stop there. Could they give you a call and you're able to?
Yeah,
go out there when
absolutely.
you
That
can?
is something that we should be informed of, even if they called the general complaint line.
Okay.
I do review our tasks on almost a daily basis and look for those exact things, and I will take that on as a responsibility in traffic safety and traffic services, right? I have stopped and spoken with the bus drivers while they're at the school waiting to pick up the kids, and they all congregate. I'll go join that and just start a conversation with them. Just to let them know that, yes, when I'm following you, no, I'm not judging your driving. I'm looking for infractions from usually other drivers.
Awesome, thank you.
As I go to Councillor Ratcliffe, I have one question. You've described quite a large service area, and I was just wondering, how large is your team to cover that service area?
Not big enough. We do okay. I mean, we utilize our partners as well. So we've got our county peace officers. We have sheriffs, usually commercial enforcement, they usually join us, and Fish and Wildlife too, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Reeve Wahid stole half of my question. But my second half of my question is, of the number of vehicles you have for that huge area, how many are operating in the county typically?
So how many members like myself are operating within the county?
Yes.
So there's 3 of us here in Rocky Mountain House. Now, given any time somebody can be off on training or leave or sick, perhaps. But usually there's 3 of us and we work a 5 on, 4 off type rotation.
So typically 1 at a time?
Yeah, so
Covering the shifts?
so we're on a staggered shift, but throughout one calendar day, there will be 3 of us. Yeah. So somebody will be in the morning, somebody will be kind of afternoon, and somebody will be evening.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Councillor Swanson.
I'm curious in your stats, what is the most common infraction that you catch that could be corrected very easily? Like, I know speed is one where everybody's in a hurry, but I'm curious what you've found out, especially over the last, let's say, 3 to 5 years.
Okay, I've only been in Rocky for just about a year now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I recently transferred, well, feels recent anyway. I can tell you in the last year, speed is absolutely, it dominates everything simply because of Highway 11 and the number of travelers that we get from all over Alberta, even Saskatchewan, Manitoba, to head out to the parks. Speed is absolutely number one, and it starts probably around May, and it doesn't end until October. And yeah, like I said, Highway 11, and that's right from Red Deer all the way to the gate. That's number one.
Thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just as a follow-up to Councillor Graham, we had a delegation a few months ago with regards to bus safety that they're hoping to get some movement and potentially looking at changing the traffic safety act. Currently on yellow with a school bus, it's only slow down, and that can be very arbitrary, obviously. So we're very excited. We're writing a letter in support of that, so that hopefully it actually gets a number similar to that of like a construction zone or a crosswalk. Because yeah, slow down to me might mean something different to somebody else. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then just a question regarding the speed issue. What is something we can actually action at this table to potentially make a difference in that, especially since they're looking at twinning the highway? That's not going to help with speed. If anything, that will make it significantly worse.
I agree with you that it would make it worse. For example, yesterday I went to Black Falls and I was on the road by 7 o'clock. And most people, most drivers were well behaved. They were, 100 to 107, which is acceptable going with the flow, right? I know it's still speeding, but still, am I gonna stop 48 people for doing 7 over? No. You gotta be realistic in your goals, right? And there's the oddball guy who's maybe late for work or whatever doing 25, 30 over, right? They're usually the ones that get stopped, but I can tell you that most people right now at this time of year are behaving. That will change when we get the out-of-towners, because, they get used to driving in Edmonton, I don't know. As far as a solution, what can we do? Short of putting annoying speed bumps all over the place, I don't have an answer, really, unless we want to put like chicanes in our highways and force people to slow down.
Do those signs that tell you how fast you're going, slow down, actually work?
I can only answer that question for me though, right? I guess. I mean, I don't speed. I drive like a farmer anyway. I go 90 kilometers an hour everywhere, right? Or 10 under, I guess I should say. So, yeah. And with fuel prices being the way they are, yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Any further questions? Please continue if you have more.
Being mindful of the time, no, I'll pretty much stop it there unless somebody has something else to say or.
Well, thank you so much, and it's great to meet you in person. I know I've had those couple of phone calls. I can tell you the first time you called, I just wasn't sure if you were legit, Somebody introduces himself as David Thomson and goes into some policing activities, and I just thought for a second, is this guy legit? But I'm very pleased to know that you are, and that you're out there protecting our community. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Deputy Reeve Northcott, sorry.
Great presentation. Just curious, how often do you guys, like in your traffic stops and stuff like that, do you cross opioids or drugs?
About 1 in every 25 to 30 stops. And I say that encompassing the entire area, like I just mentioned, right from Nordegg to Stettler. It's not actually as often as I expected, I suppose, with the volume of traffic compared to other places, so.
Great. Well, again, thank you so much for your informative presentation, and I'll maybe turn the floor across to Staff Sergeant Dinsdale.
Thanks, guys. I'm gonna carry on with my day.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me as a delegation. Just before I begin with the reason I'm here, maybe I'll comment on Dave's unit. We're quite lucky actually to have a regional traffic services segment or unit attached to us here physically in Rocky Mountain House, and Dave was perhaps being a little, I don't want to say he minimized it, but the assistance that they provide us specifically for the Rocky Mountain House Detachment is, it's invaluable at times, really, especially considering the summer traffic that we deal with in relation to tourism and those kinds of things. They bring other skills as well from their backgrounds. Dave is a search manager, so he works with search and rescue, and we certainly capitalize on other experiences that they bring to the table with them when they transfer in. So good unit here. Pat Constantine, the corporal, Dave and Mark Genge, all really motivated members, so we're lucky to have them. The only unfortunate side of that is that based on our space concerns at our current location, every time I think about making space, they're the ones that come to mind, unfortunately. Not to get them out of the area, but just simply out of the building so that we can utilize our space better. But hopefully there's some solutions for that, at least temporary, coming in this year, I hope. We'll see though. We'll see how that goes. So my apologies, I didn't get back to Tracy with a PDF to attach to the agenda. I was away last week. My technology failed me because my away message malfunctioned and all my emails just sat there, and if they were important or time sensitive, they didn't go to Sergeant Shea, who was acting in my absence. They just kind of sat there and made me look very unprofessional for not responding very quickly or timely. So my apologies for that. I did bring copies of, this is last year's APP, and I didn't print the entire APP with every quarterly report because you would have a document of about 90 pages in front of you to go through. So the pages that I did print really talk about how we identified priorities for last year's APP through the consultations we did with different community groups, the communities themselves, the leadership of the communities, and then how we encompassed those priorities into our APP and how we looked at tackling them. When you go through the first 5 pages, it's not going to mean a lot to you because there's a lot of language there that isn't going to mean much to you. It just talks about what the issue falls under in a general category, what the sub-issue is that we've identified, and who the groups that may have identified it to us. So we looked at, community issues being organized crime, drug trafficking, traffic safety itself in the form of speeding, traffic safety and school buses and road safety in general came up last year. Property crimes, being mischief to property, auto theft in association with property theft, theft in general, break and enters. Violence in relationships and violent crime. We tend to deal with an inordinately high amount of violent crime here in the detachment area. And then we talked about break and enters. Drug trafficking came to light as well because drug use certainly, or illicit drug use, certainly drives a lot of our crime, both property crime and violent crime in the area. So when we go through all of that, when you get to the end of page 5, if you go to page 6, this is actually how the priorities of last year's APP laid out. So when we looked at organized crime in the context of drug trafficking, we had some specific work plans designed and addressed to address drug trafficking in the detachment area, both town, county, and in our Indigenous communities. Steve Blaschuk, who's our GIS corporal, he's the one that headed that priority and looked after the work plans to identify it. They had some good success. They executed a half dozen warrants last year, predominantly in town. We were seizing significant amounts of drugs and a lot of firearms. Firearms are a big concern for us here. The criminal element seems to be prone to carrying and or using firearms more and more as we go forward. Traffic safety, we did work Corporal Tyler Epp, one of our watch commanders. He's got some traffic experience, traffic services experience background. He looked after our traffic safety initiative. He worked in conjunction with the CPOs, both county and town. He worked with traffic services. He is the one that comes up with our traffic safety work plans in conjunction with long weekends, check stop programs, those kinds of things. And despite pandemic restrictions, we still had some relatively good success with that. Checked a massive number of vehicles based on, seasonal traffic. Surprisingly, our impaired statistics, maybe happily that message is finally getting through because our impaired statistics weren't what I expected them to be. So maybe the message is finally getting through to people that using any kind of impairing substance in driving is not a good idea. However, it continues to be a priority for us in regards to traffic safety. Property crime and crime reduction kind of go hand in hand. And the reason I say that is that the crime reduction strategy really deals with addressing our prolific offenders, our known prolific offenders in the community. We know that those individuals are responsible for the bulk of crime that we see in one capacity or another. So our crime reduction unit, the 2 members that have been assigned to crime reduction, one of their main mandates is to identify and stay on top of known prolific offenders, ensure that they're abiding by court-imposed conditions of probation or bail, if they have curfews, who they can and can't be with, whether they can be intoxicated or not, those kinds of things. So those 2 kind of tie together hand in hand. We also did a little bit of work as much as we could. I'm getting tired of saying COVID, but COVID affected our ability to really do a lot of work in this area. But with property crime itself, we had some presentations on the SEPTED program about how to look at crime prevention through environmental design, especially with I was going to say especially with rural property owners, but it's as important in town as it is in the rural areas to have a look at your property and ensure that the way that it's designed and laid out can act as a bit of a deterrent right out of the gate for people who are considering targeting it for crime. If there's not, if there's good lines of sight, if people have the ability to potentially see them while they're trying to commit this crime, they're less likely to do it. But those beautiful well-treed yard sites that have great wind blocks tend to prevent those lines of sight and make them, again, likely targets, because once they get inside of that, they're out of sight, and if it's an unoccupied property that's not alarmed, they can go about it at their leisure. So we tried to do some work in that, and we'll continue to moving forward in doing some work with that as well. The last priority there came from us, the RCMP in general, which was enhancing public confidence in the policing that's being provided, and this was done via, as much as we could, community engagement. We managed to get a couple of events that were live streamed, either with Crime Watch or there's an industry group, the Crime Reduction, the Western Stakeholders Industry Group that meets, and some of their stuff gets live streamed to the public as best we can. I did kind of a virtual town hall last year. The response to that was a little underwhelming, truth be told. Didn't get a ton of response or input from the community in regards to that. But now that restrictions are being eased or gone, whichever they are, I haven't seen the latest, we can look at getting back to having an actual in-person town hall event in different parts of the community to get that one-on-one feedback from the community itself. So that's how last year sat. And the purpose of meeting with you today is that basically looking at planning this coming year's plan. What do you, as the council for Clearwater County, wish to see, or what are your thoughts on what priorities should be for our efforts moving into this coming year?
And I see Councillor Melhoff's light is on, so I'll go to her first.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that prolific offenders are a big thing for you guys, the revolving door, so to speak, as it's been known to be called. What is a way that we can help with that? If prolific, I would like to see that on your guys' strategy, that if prolific offenders are an issue, that we come up with some ways to potentially prevent that going forward. I know that the 2 ladies that were here before might be able to help with that. I'm not sure if that's the case, but.
Potentially. I mean, there's 2 avenues to look at. One is dealing with them once they're at that state in their lives. They are a prolific offender. They've been in and out of the system in that revolving door, and really we're just trying to manage them as best we can. We attempt to have influence on the courts when we put someone before a justice for a bail hearing or those kinds of things. We give our opinion to the courts on whether or not they should be released or not released, and if they are released, what kind of conditions we would like to see imposed. Whether or not they pay much attention to that is questionable at times. It's a pretty expedient process these days. Once we have someone in custody, we have 24 hours to get them before that justice, and then it's an on-call Crown attorney out of Edmonton or Calgary who has no idea what the issues are, for Rocky Mountain House in Clearwater County and the possible repercussions of releasing this person. So they're just going by guidelines based on case law and the criminal code, which, in my personal opinion, doesn't necessarily address the concerns of the community that they're releasing this person back into. So, you know, I don't have a voice. The RCMP doesn't have a voice when it comes to the Crown. Well, a little bit, but certainly the courts. The courts are autonomous and independent. However, everyone's got a boss, and if you have concerns about the way that the judges and the courts and the justices are administering justice and how they're dealing with perhaps offenders who shouldn't be released, those concerns have to go from you to, you know, the justice or the Solicitor General, because that's the boss of the judges, so to speak. I mean, you know, everyone answers to somebody, but there's an old joke about the difference between God and provincial court judges, and God doesn't think he's a provincial court judge. So, but, and I say that, you know, lightly. I know the judges are picked for very good reasons. They're experienced jurists, and they do have guidelines for how they work. But it isn't always satisfying at the community level. It's certainly frustrating for us to see the members get frustrated when they see their work, in their opinion, not be, you know, be discounted by the courts and the way that it's dealt with. So that's really, you know, to have any effect on that, really your voice has got to be heard at that level, and expressing that displeasure at perhaps how the courts are handling people who we've identified to the courts. And they know, I mean, when they get this person in front of them, if they have a criminal record, as long as they're armed, they know that this is a habit or a lifestyle for this person. So releasing them on conditions imposed on them on the same piece of paper that you have in front of you doesn't mean a lot, and it really relies on our ability to stay on top of that. And we do not have the resources to post a police officer or a probation officer at the door of every prolific offender in our community. They outnumber us, unfortunately. So that's kind of where that sits, unfortunately. You know, we're doing the best we can. We're attempting to, again, you know, we're certainly trying to have that sway with those bail hearings. But, you know, if it ever came to a point in time where you had someone, and I know that Indigenous communities struggle with this a bit, often if they have a person who's causing just a lot of havoc in a community based on their behavior and criminality, there are times where they will write a letter that will accompany our documentation to the courts, coming from the community saying, this person, you know, we cannot tolerate this person in the community anymore. If you do release them, we don't want them released back to the community. It's not banishment, but it's a court-imposed condition not to be in the community until their matters are resolved. So if you ever came across a situation like that, where you knew that there was a person in the county that was just the source of a lot of evil, then you know, that's an option that can be weighed at that time.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just a question for like GPS or like ankle bracelets or anything like that. Are those used in for the repeat offenders that are?
I don't see a lot of it being used here. The house arrest and those kinds of things. I did see it used more in Saskatchewan. They tended to use it a lot. I think the courts are hedging on that a little bit because one, it relies on a bit of technology, and the accused person has to have that. They have to have a landline telephone or internet connection that the system is hooked up to, and that they have to agree to abide by it. So, but the courts can say, if you want to be released, this is an option for you, but they can't force them to say, we're going to release you and you have to have this on, and incur the expense of the monitoring equipment, basically, that's going to be responsible for keeping track of you via that ankle bracelet. I know that probations is trying to use a bit of technology when it comes to reporting. They have I forget the term exactly, but basically it's remote reporting, and they can report via a cell phone to their probation officer versus having to travel in to see them in person. But there is no there is no GPS component to that. There's no ability for probations to know if they're texting them and saying, yeah, I'm at home, and this is my plan for the next couple of days. Probations doesn't have the ability to go, oh, wait, you're not at home. You know, that is, and because of how fast I talked about this bail process goes and these Crown attorneys, the bail Crowns not being familiar with the area, we run into situations quite often where the accused person is basically providing a false address altogether. That doesn't exist, we find out later when we go to check them. There is no such address. Or they provide an address that when we go knock on the door, the person says, I have no idea who you're talking about. No one by that name resides here. And these types of things aren't being checked prior to the release of the offenders. So then we do issue a warrant, but now we're back to trying to chase them down. It gets a little frustrating. We've raised this concern with the courts more than once, but have yet to see any significant change in how the courts are looking at addressing tracking offenders and ensuring that they're abiding by those conditions that they impose on their release.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, just in your opinion, if there was an investment made in that type of technology?
We certainly have a number of offenders who it would be beneficial, I think, for us and for the community to have that type of monitoring system in place.
Yeah, and would the cost of, like, if you had to invest a little bit of money into that kind of infrastructure versus the time of everybody chasing them down over and over?
Oh,
and over
well,
again?
and the cost associated with, you know, the crimes that they might commit further. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. If someone had funds to invest in that and provide it, you might see it used more.
Thank you very much.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have two questions. Of the prolific offenders, no, let me go back. Of the property crimes that you're dealing with, are they our local living prolific offenders, people who live here, or a lot of them roving through different areas looking for particular material to steal?
It's a bit of both. We do have some known local offenders who are prolific property crime offenders. However, you know, we see a trend of basically these people, they'll steal a vehicle, typically a large pickup truck of some sort, and they will go and use this vehicle to commit their crime, but that gives them a mobility that you didn't used to see. So they could steal that vehicle in Drayton Valley and then come down into our area and commit a bunch of crime, and then leave back to their residence in Drayton Valley, or vice versa, someone from Rocky. We do have prolific offenders that were living here when I first got here, and now we know that they've moved to different detachment areas. So we've been effective in displacing them, but because of that mobility, they still come back to the same, their stomping grounds, as it were, to steal vehicles or commit property crime.
What ratio would you say is local and from out of town?
I'd say it's probably, for local crime, if it's not 50-50, it would be like, 60-40, like, because we're getting people that are just on, I don't want to say, no man's land, but those boundary areas of the detachment area that are not very populated, lots of, energy industry sites that are being targeted. There's been a spate of them lately in the north, and it's kind of the, that intersection of Drayton, us, and Rimbey, and they seem to be hitting that area because there's not a lot of police presence, or there wasn't. There should be now, because we're adjusting our patrolling to those areas to have better visibility. But there's not a lot of residents, and they can go in and these. I was surprised at the last industry meeting that they're going in the middle of the day. They're going at 10 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was expecting to hear this is all occurring in the middle of the night under the cover of darkness. These sites are remote enough, and they're bold enough that they'll go in the middle of the day and do this and not have a qualm about it. So the suspect in that one kind of, again, lives we have a suspect, but they live in that kind of border area. It's almost one of those situations where the driveway begins in our detachment area, but ends in Rimbey's. So we're working with for those specific type of offenders that are kind of moving throughout the area and the mobility of it, that's one of the reasons that Central Alberta District developed their own crime reduction team. So they work out of Leduc as their base, but they work out of the whole Central Alberta District area, targeting, known offenders who are moving perhaps throughout different parts of the area, but still committing the same kinds of crime.
Yes. Okay, my second question, the second part of my question is that I think it must be difficult and frustrating for your members to be dealing with people and see them back released on the street in days. So I was wondering about the occupational health of your detachment in the, being able to maintain that level of dedication.
It is, it's demoralizing for the members. Certainly, you see that. You see the frustration, and being alive to that. There's a couple of things that we consistently make them aware of. The resources that the RCMP has for them to deal with occupational stress or those other issues that may come in line with that job frustration. We certainly encourage a healthy lifestyle, because that in itself is going to help them deal with that stress better than if they were not trying to maintain an adequate level of physical fitness. And we really try and get the messaging out there that the key measure for them is just to do the best they can and not worry about the things that they can't control. At the end of the day, they have to be able to go home and say, I did everything I could, I did the best job I could, and what the courts did with that is not on me. Okay. Because there's a couple of risks there, and we don't. I don't want members to be demoralized to the point that they lose their motivation to go and do their work. That get to the point of, well, what's the point? Why do I even bother? So we're not there. We certainly have a continuous messaging to the members of the detachment saying this is important because of the people that we're serving, not because of the people that we're apprehending, and not what happens there, and we can't control it. So you got to keep going to work and doing the best you can, because one of these days perhaps it'll stick and they'll actually get custody and it won't beat you home from court, kind of thing. And we don't want to see any frustration in them lead to unprofessionalism or those kinds of things.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
So with the warmer weather coming, and we know what's happening, we've been very busy out west with our industry, and then we know that the backcountry random camping is coming. And AEP just graduated some more fish and game officers. Is there a working mandate with them, or do you feel there's a bit of a strategy going forward for the summer, or is that a bit of downloading from a different department onto you to help monitor that, or what's that relationship look like?
Locally, we have a pretty solid relationship with both conservation and fish and wildlife, and our long weekend work or business cases that we put forward for these joint force operations always have them at the table, and they're a valuable partner in doing that. I know that, like all enforcement agencies, I'm glad to hear that they've got some more folks coming, because they have, I think, struggled with some staffing issues themselves over the past couple of years. And they're part of the, Dave mentioned this RAPID program. So if they're in the West Country, they're doing their fish and wildlife or conservation stuff, but there's a significant or serious incident out there that they're closest to. They've received the training necessary for them to be the first responder, if there's risk of, life or limb, then they can go deal with the initial call, and then when our members show up, we'll take over the investigation and carry on from there. We haven't had to deploy RAPID yet in the detachment area, but, and while, I don't know whether they looked forward to taking on that role, because If they wanted to be police officers, I think they would have been police officers, but they wanted to be fish and wildlife officers, and that's what they do. However, they've all taken and accomplished the training necessary. They have the equipment necessary, and we've had some meetings where they're prepared to take that call should it come. So they're great partners to have, and I'm hoping this year we have the ability to do a bit more work with them, really with fish and wildlife specifically, as far as enforcement goes, and with their mandate versus ours. I mean, ours gets lots of attention from them, and it kind of takes them out of their role. I think they would appreciate perhaps some of our younger members working with them to see why Fish and Wildlife exists and what they actually do, what their enforcement mandates are, be it fishing, hunting, you know, backcountry use, that kind of thing. So I'm hoping we can see some of that cooperation and increasing the level of partnership we have with them.
Thanks.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, and then one final question from Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. During the previous council meeting with the previous council, you mentioned that the Rocky Detachment was top 3 in Alberta for mental health calls. If you have new statistics, has that changed at all? Or is it too soon?
It hasn't yet. However, 3 weeks ago, so in response to the high number of mental health calls for service in general that police are dealing with these days, it's been increasing just for policing in general. Over the last decade, it's just more and more we're dealing with response to concerns for mental health. At Rocky Mountain House was in the top 3 for the province, but the province in response to these statistics in general, created a program called RPAC. It's Regional Police and Crisis Teams. And it's a regular member of the RCMP with a bit of enhanced training when it comes to intervention, teamed up with a mental health professional, be it a psychiatric health nurse or a counselor, clinical therapist. Right. Anyway, someone who has the credentials to deal with mental health crisis. And we have received the first team here in Rocky Mountain House. They started about 3 weeks ago. So we have a regular member. He transferred in from Sylvan Lake. They hired I believe we have a psychiatric health nurse. They're a team, and they work a week of days and then a week of like late evenings. They are regional, so they cover, much like traffic services, they cover kind of a large catchment area. But because they start and end their day here, I'm hoping we see the bulk of their work, because we certainly have lots of it. I think first thing this morning there was a mental health crisis call, and they were on duty and they were able to attend, you know, as it happened once it was safe for them to go in and actually provide that intervention and assessment. So I'm glad to see it happening. It's going to help save us a significant amount of time. When it comes to releasing people from custody, lots of folks, when they're intoxicated and being apprehended by the police, say some pretty crazy things. But we're mandated to take those things seriously. Back in the bad old days, we would just call, oh, that was just drunk talk, and the way they went. We can't do that anymore. So there has to be an assessment prior to them being released from our custody, and that would mean a trip, you know, that tied up a member for 3-4 hours. Now when they come in, we can hold them until the mental health nurse gets here, and they can do the assessment right in the building and say, yeah, it was just drunk talk, and they're fine. They're not a risk for self-harm. They may schedule some follow-up in the community, and away they go. But that alone is going to save us a significant amount of time, and I'm glad they're here. Not next year, but the year after. Is it next year? In the coming 2 years, we're supposed to get a second team, so that they'll be able to offset each other, and there'll be a day shift and an evening shift consistently moving forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Cermak, and then I will come back to you, Jenny.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about the drug trafficking. Mm-hmm. Is it local that is causing it, or is it people from outside the area that is big, organized, that you're looking at, that brings all the trouble to this area?
It's a combination of the two. The supply chains certainly come from outside of the area. We know that there's well-established supply chains coming from the larger centers, be it Red Deer, Calgary, Edmonton. There's certainly organized crime groups in those larger centers that are driving it. But they do have to have a local level dealer that's actually moving the drugs once they hit the community. So it's kind of complex where it involves both local people, typically people who are dealing with addictions themselves, and this is how they support their own habits, is by moving the product that they typically tend to use. So any investigation that we do, I mean, we certainly address known drug dealers here in the detachment area, but we always try and take a few extra steps to identify that supply chain and work our way kind of up that tree and try and shut down the supply chain. Illegal drugs are no different than any other commodity. It's based on demand. So I really hope, you know, there's lots of talk about increased resources to address addictions issues. And I hope to see them come, because until we address those kind of root causes, you know, we'll keep plugging away and denting away at it as best we can. But the reality with illegal drugs is if we take out this drug dealer, there'll be a dry spell, but someone's going to fill that gap because the need still exists, or the market still exists. So we keep plugging away at it, but like I said, it is local people that are doing the actual trafficking here locally, but they have connections to the larger centers, which is where they're getting their supply.
So has that got a real, sorry about that second question, has that got a real effect on the break and entering in this area?
You know what, we saw property crime come down throughout the pandemic, and I often thought it was a funny coincidence that those reductions came in conjunction with the CERB money, the money that the government basically handed out to anyone who wanted it. So people who were sustaining perhaps addictions in their life didn't have to be out there committing property crime to sustain that lifestyle. With the end of that, I hope I'm wrong, but I expect we're going to see a bit of a jump in property crime again, as these people don't have that CERB money to rely on, and they have to fall back to what they used to do to support that lifestyle, which would be property crime, selling, you know, the trafficking of stolen goods in exchange for drugs themselves or money to go and get the illicit drugs.
Thank you very much for the information.
You bet.
Great, and the last question to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. As I'm sure you're aware, we have the enhanced CPO program in Clearwater County.
Oh, yes, sorry. Okay.
Are you feeling that is very helpful to your detachment when we are putting the extra steps into more resources with our own CPO team?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, their ability to, you know, the larger enforcement aspect or jurisdictions that they've been given certainly allow them to participate more on Highway 11, certainly with our joint traffic projects. Now being on the AFRRCS system, our ability to communicate with them directly, we still had it, but it was disjointed. But now it's certainly very helpful because they can monitor us and take on roles that they wouldn't have had before. You know, perhaps they can you know, hear about the descriptions of perhaps suspect vehicles and those kinds of things, and just have the ability now to keep their eyes open for that. We don't expect them to take enforcement action outside of their mandate, but it's great to have more eyes and ears out there. Certainly they travel more of the county unhindered by the calls for service that we deal with, and you know, we've had discussions about the changes in their role, myself and Terry, and I think the CPOs are comfortable with what they're doing, and we certainly appreciate it at the detachment level.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further questions? Anything you'd like to add at the end?
You know, not really. Is there any changes or anything new outside of the list from last year that you want to see us looking at addressing as a priority? Or is, you know, continuing on with what we were doing before, is that what the community would like to see? The only thing that may change is that number 5, the enhanced public confidence engagement. We've changed the way that we account for that. So it may not be on the APP anymore, but it's still a priority for us to continue community engagement. You just won't see it in this format. It's just being documented in a different way. But yeah, I personally, from a policing perspective, I think that these priorities, they're rather broad, and we are able to address some very specific issues under the umbrella of these priorities with individual kind of work plans to address specific things. And this is a living document. So if something comes up throughout the course of the year that the community is bringing to you as a different priority for policing to be looking at, you know, when we meet, you know, or before we meet, bring it to my attention, because, you know, I can add or change or modify this document as the needs change throughout the year.
Great, well, thank you very much for presenting the APP today and certainly for answering all our questions. That's terrific to keep the communication flowing back and forth. And
Always, and I'm
do appreciate that.
I'm hopefully always available. Whenever you need me, just give me a call.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What I'd be looking for now is a motion to receive the 2022 to 2023 Rocky Mountain House RCMP Annual Performance Plan for information as presented, and I will get to that first one too as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Ray Lahid. If we could just change the date for that APP.
Okay.
It's actually the APP presented was the 2021 to 2022.
Okay.
report.
Okay,
Thank
with
you.
that, would somebody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Cermak, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. And I would also like a motion that council receives the Rocky Mountain House RCMP Detachment Report, working with communities in our area for information as presented. And that was Constable Thomson's presentation. Councillor Melhoff? Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I see our next delegation is here, but let's take a quick 10-minute break, please. Well, welcome back, everyone. This brings us down to item 4.5 on the agenda, and this is a delegation from the Rocky Mountain House Agricultural Society. And we'll start with a round of introductions. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Counselor for Division 1. Good to see you again.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4.
Good morning and welcome, Daryl Lougheed, Counselor for Division 3, and Reeve.
Good morning, gentlemen. Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, gentlemen. Councillor Brian Cermak in Area Division 6.
Morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Morning, Matt Martinson, Director, Agriculture and Community Services.
Good morning, gentlemen. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim CAO.
Alan Sunday, part of the Ag Society. Case Korver, Ag Society.
Well, welcome, and I look forward to your presentation. I'm excited to hear what you have to tell us.
Well, this sort of started as at an Ag Society meeting. We were talking about the Timey Hall property on Highway 12 there, and discussion got around to, you know, the hall is gone now, and pretty soon no one knows that was ever there, and that it was at one time a rural school. That school is actually, it's interesting on that school, the original title was under the Finnish Farmers Benevolent Society, so there's a little bit of history there. And then there was some talk about how many other schools in our rural areas are have that same kind of a history, and a lot of them are gone, or there's still maybe a building there that's been subdivided. So then I think from that, the conversation, well, maybe something should be done to recognize that, because it's a pretty important part of the building of our rural communities. And so I don't, Alan can add to that, but that's sort of where it started from.
Yeah, so we took off, Case and I have, and we've met and we went through lots of history books, and we've come to the point where I have that it wasn't all written in the book. There was mentions of it. So then you've got to find somebody older than I am, which is getting tough, that might know a little bit. And I spend a lot of time on the phone trying to line up people that have maybe got some history or that can know where to find some history on these schools. The biggest problem is we know basically where they were, but then we want the legal location to the exact point. And a lot of these schools start out in one place, and as the people came to the district and they built a new school, because the first ones were, a lot of them were an old abandoned homesteader shack. Some were made out of slabs. Most of them were made out of logs. And to start with, it was the people within a district that had little people and wanted to get some education for them. A lot of these people came to this country very well educated, and they wanted to get their kids to a point that they were educated as well. So they got together, pooled their little resources, and I mean little, and got something, and then their biggest problem was to find a teacher that wanted to work for next to nothing, that was qualified to teach some kids. And the other thing was, these little kids, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, how far can they walk on their own? You know, if it's the oldest kid in that family, he's on his own. Pretty quick, there's 3, 4 littler ones falling behind. So anyhow, they come to the conclusion, well, 2 miles, 2.5 miles. So then these little schools started springing up within our Clearwater County, anywhere from about 2.5, 5 miles apart, because you had 2.5 miles this way, 2.5 that way. So you had a network of little community schools, which were private schools really, in our terminology today, because they had your local little council that managed it, paid the bills, made sure there was heat, and tried to get a teacher. We had no local government at that time, so all their correspondence had to go through Edmonton, which was the real government. And a lot of the mail came by Pony Express, and I'm not being sarcastic about that, that's realities. So I mean, communication wasn't like on the Twitter machine that we got today. So anyhow, from the time they had their original meeting till they got some buildings set up, it varied, but most of it took about 2 years to get the foundation set that we could put a building and had justification to have a school here. And each school has a 4-digit number, and no two within the province are the same. So this designated if you had that number, you were in a certain location. And then the biggest thing was to get the legal location and to acquire a piece of ground. A lot of this ground originally was donated and some was bought for very little dollars, and then get a school. And then in the mid-30s, the Rocky School Division became a reality, and they took over all these little districts within the Rocky School Division, and the Rocky School Division went as far east as just about Sylvan Lake, down to Markerville, and north just about to Rimbey. And a little bit to the south and west, but to the south and west, there was very little population, and some of these people made accommodations to get education to their students or their children's. But anyhow, that's why you don't see too much schools to the south and west of here. But we took it upon ourselves. We are Clearwater County residents. Let's find out some signage and put some signage up within the Clearwater County. Now that goes up to Alder Flatsburn there. East to the Dogtooth boundary we have to the east, a lot of our schools are that far outside the Clearwater County, half a mile, 2 miles. But the kids came from here, but went out there. So we are leaving them to somebody else. And then down to the south, our boundary is basically the Red Deer River, which you guys know where the boundaries are. But anyhow, that takes us down there. Mountain View County is down there, and Sundre was centralized. And this worked great until we started getting centralization. And that started in the 50s. Some of these places, they built a little better school, added some more rooms, and the roads got good enough that they could run more than a horse on them. They got some buses going, pretty crude. But anyhow, they started centralizing, and then in the late 50s, they got the centralization such as Caroline going, David Thomson going, and Rocky going. So we had ended up with 3 centralized schools within the Clearwater County. And at that point now we're losing some more, and they're building new schools, but I mean, that's for tomorrow's program. But we want to find these old schools. Some are still standing, and some have been used for other purposes. Some have been turned into residences. Some are demolished, but at one point there was a site, and this is what we're trying to make monuments for. Does that answer anybody's question?
Sure. Well, I'd just make a comment right away that I know, I guess I would say that my family business has been related to schools. I haven't been able to throw a rock without hitting a teacher in my life. So it's been very, very, very near and dear to my heart, as well as recognizing that these were truly the foundation stones of community, and how important it could be to somehow create a memorial or create a foundation, create something that would let those markers be there so we know where we came from. And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. This is fabulous. If we don't know where we're from, we can't figure out where we're going. So knowing our history is really important. And I see that you're working with our Director of Community Services, and which is great. How does this work with the Planning Department with signage? Because do you need permitting for that, or how does that work, Matt? Or is this on private land, which then is different?
I'll make a small comment if I can butt in here. What we are proposing, like most of these school sites varied up to 2 acres, and some are a little bit larger. Not all of them, but most of them were adjacent to public ground or a road allowance. Not all of them. But at that point, what we want to do, and a lot of them have been bought as, and are still used today as residences. But we don't want to go on private ground. We want to stay on the county side of the fence. That way that the people behind the sign, that is not their property. So we want to stick out, you know, a foot on the county side of the legal boundaries, but within, you know, the perimeters of what the school boundary was at one time. Whether it's the center of it or close to it, so that somebody driving by and sees a sign, they can say, hey, there was the Bingley School.
And Councillor Swan, oh, I'll go to Mr. Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to answer Councillor Melhoff's question regarding the development permit, if the signs were installed on the edge of the county right-of-way adjacent to the historical school, as the proposal is recommending, there would not need to be a development permit. There would need to be first calls and surveys done to establish where the property line is to ensure the signs is installed on the county's right-of-way, and we're not, or whoever is doing the installation is not encroaching on private land. Not every property line is delineated with a sign or is understood by mapping. So, you know, best practice for these things would be to do a survey of the property and then first call. Anything that goes into the ground needs a first call. So that would be the process for installing a sign in the county's ditch in this manner. There would be sightline implications, potentially Alberta Transportation lays out. So that would be something Public Works would have to evaluate, whether the location selected by the Ag Society could be installed. So for instance, if it was too close to an intersection, the sightlines may not necessarily allow for an installation. Like that would depend on construction and size of the sign as well, and what the sign itself is fastened to and in the ground, whether it's a wood post or a steel sign sort of thing. So certainly, you know, Public Works would be the ones that would evaluate that.
Perfect, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I love the concept. I'm coming from the eastern side of the province where my husband and I used to farm. We have a lot of these particular signs that are already designated for some of these school sites. It was very effective once, you know, the early 1980s when the Alberta government gave grant money to do these history books. And that helped identify a lot of where, for families, if they were doing their genealogy, to help connect the families to where, let's say, their grandparents went to school and cemeteries, etc. So I like what you put forward. Just a suggestion on, we have an app that maybe if there was a QR code attached to this, so that way it would bring it up to that app to maybe further a digital history of some sort to that as well, not just, you know, have the sign recognition there, that there's an opportunity for people to, you know, maybe learn about that site when they're there that may not have that opportunity. So that's just to come off the top. Yeah.
If I can respond to what Michelle said, yeah, that has been part of the discussion. As with an app like that, that could be kind of a living project that as people are aware of this, I'm sure more stories will come about of their history. So people, you know, a booklet with code, and that could be added to, so that, but again, that's sort of a second part of this, and somebody's gonna have to take on that venture to record so any information that we're gathering now is being filed, and you know, at some point that, as you suggested, that could be put together. So that is part of this ongoing project. Yeah.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I think this is such an awesome project. Mr. Korver, we spoke on the phone briefly, and just speaking with you and listening to Mr. Sunday here, it's so cool to learn the history. And I'm the 5th generation in this county, so my ancestors did attend these. My grandfather, Gerald Quila, went to them, and he was his class was the first grade to go to David Thomson High School, starting at grade 8 to go all the way through. So it's super cool for me, and I think we need to do whatever we can to support this. I think it's a wonderful project.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I think this is a great project. I myself started school at the one-room schoolhouse on the hill, which also came with a barn so that students could tie up their horses for the day. To be able to mark these locations, pardon me, to be able to mark these locations so that the grandchildren going through these history books can find the actual location where their grandparents or great-grandparents went to school. I think that's a worthwhile project. I applaud that.
And Councillor Melhoff.
I think Councillor Swenson was first. Okay, sorry.
My sign says.
Okay, sorry.
I have an
I just didn't
assistant
wanna butt
working
in.
all the time.
I just
So I
didn't
don't
want to
want to
butt
get out
in.
of sequence there, and so if you see me going what seems out of order, I am following it order.
Fair enough. Thanks, Reed. I don't know if it'll be off base for the team, but I would like to motion that we write a letter of support for this program to go with any of the grant applications that the Ag Society is applying for. So I move that we write a letter of support.
Okay, and I will go to Councillor Swanson next.
This is for a question for Mr. Martinson. Do we not have a heritage committee that we could apply this particular project with?
Yeah, we do have the Heritage Board, and it'd be my opinion that this would be a great project for them to consider. Whether it be for funding or just the support of this long-term. I didn't see anywhere in the proposal talked about who would be maintaining or replacing the signs and things like that. And that if there is any kind of ongoing things, that would be an appropriate place for it probably to exist and for them to probably manage that if that's part of the proposal. There wasn't anything in budget specifically for this, though Heritage does have funding that they allocate on a project-by-project basis, similar to a rec board in that instance. So, there's certainly that consideration. But and also, Public Works has to be at the table if council's considering installation of this type of stuff in our right-of-ways, and certainly if it's being proposed to be done by us. So yeah, there would certainly need to be a few perspectives, that would have to come together and comment on this.
And Councillor Graham?
I
Oh,
did
sorry,
turn
you-
it off, sorry.
Okay, good. So Councillor Cermak.
Just to clarify, I see that you have some budgeted figures down here, 500 per sign and 100 for installing. Just to get a rough figure on how much it would cost, how many signs or how many locations have you found? Have you included where I went to school?
You went to school, did you?
Sometimes.
Some people, yeah.
Yeah,
But anyhow.
because the area where I went is gone.
Right now, it looks like Caroline Museum Society has put up some signs that the schools that got absorbed by the Caroline when they centralized, they've gone around and put signs up at some of the schools. Now, we're not sure if it's all of them within that south end of the county or not, but that's what we're gonna find out. Right now, the Museum Society has gone on a winter break, so it's what you call not overly active, so we're having a little trouble there. But as soon as we can find out what they have done and what they haven't done, we'll absorb the ones that they haven't, put it that way. And right now, we've got so-called, nowhere there was most of the ones north of what the Caroline, coming north, I'm just give you a location. Hazeldale, which is at the Stauffer corner, has a sign by the Museum Society. Clear Creek, which is the Butte Community Center now, there is a sign there. To the north on it's the Evergreen Road, which is one of the knowledge schools. There was two of them at one time. It has a sign at the west one there. And they're not all the same, but they do say that there was a schoolhouse here at one time. And with a legal and a number. So I mean, it's doing what we're gonna do. We're going maybe a little bit Cadillac style, like a little better sign. Do you all have this printout?
Mm-hmm.
At the back page, there is a picture of a sign, and that's not exactly what we're gonna do, but it's in the idea. It's sitting on two metal posts in the ground, so and metal is gonna last a lot longer than wood. and a metal sign so it's not gonna deteriorate, and it's cut out with a plasma cutter so it's not gonna fade. It should be good for 50 years unless somebody runs over it, or more.
At present, we've got a county map with a red dot wherever every school, and we're around 60 dots on there.
60 dots.
So
60.
And I think as your, Alan's done quite a bit of research, and about 30 of those we're pretty sure, exactly where that school should have been.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. With respect to the motion that's on the table, I would just suggest that council may want to ask administration to provide more information before you consider that motion. As noted in the agenda items, administration's intention to perform further research on this project and this subject and bring additional information back to council. So I'll leave that with council to decide how they would like to handle this motion that's currently on the table.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I would think something that might indicate a support for the concept without a commitment of our involvement with funding, because we have nothing at the moment to find this within budget, but as a far part of a planning project. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, the intention of my motion was not to commit budget dollars at this point. I feel we also don't have enough information as of yet to do that. However, it's noted here that that the Ag Society is applying for the Alberta Awareness Grants, and I felt that with our letter of support, that may go further. If it's my team's wish, I would be willing to withdraw my motion until we have more information. However, I felt that would be a great way forward with assistance for the Ag Society's project with their granting process.
Well, I'm looking around the table, and I do sense a strong support for this concept, but I think we need the information in order to make appropriate decisions. And certainly, I think at any time, the Ag Society could come back with a request for a letter of support, and that would be hopefully something would go along with a bit more information. So if you're willing to withdraw your motion, then I would look for a motion to accept this for information then?
As long as we're not hitting any grant deadlines, I would be willing to withdraw my motion and have it be brought back at a later date.
Okay.
As I think on the second page of that, there's a bit of a typo. It's not Alberta Heritage Awareness. There's a special grants for that. And the next deadline is February 23, so there's a bit of time to work on that. Okay. But if we could have something in place by then, and in talking to the individual that looks after that, again, the more background information we can give to them and the effectiveness of it, adds weight to the grant request.
Thank you for that. I guess I was just looking through your information. I know part of your potential budget is to approach Wild Rose School Division. Have you had that part yet? And I know, of course, their operational and instructional budget is always very tight, so they may have some challenges being able to accommodate requests like that. But by all means, I think approaching them is a great path as well.
We are, if it's okay with the funding from the government through the heritage whatnot, and if they will accept in kind, if the dollars that the county puts in is, what we looked at is with your digger trucks and whatnot, and your surveying and finding the location and erecting the sign, and it's got a dollar value, that will work if we can use that dollar value against the funding from the government. If we can get 50% of our total costs supplied via you and the school board, that will give us 100% of what our project is going to cost. This is using one grant against the other, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
I hear you.
You agree with me? Very good, thank you.
Any further questions for the delegation? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just to be clear, Is your proposal that the county provide the manpower and the equipment to place these signs?
Just to erect them, yes.
As a
That's to dig 2
contribution.
little holes, drop the sign in there, and tap the ground, and, but I mean, we're gonna have to find out the legal spot we can put it as number 1, that far away from the fence. And if you've got sight lines, that has to be checked out, so it's, nobody gets in trouble down the road.
Okay, thank you for
Does
clearing that up.
Answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Any further questions? Well, again, thank you for coming and presenting to us today. I think this is a very worthwhile project, and I wish you continued success in your endeavors to gather the information so that we can have this come to our community and really celebrate the mosaic of heritage we have with the school system. So thank you again for presenting to us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
What I am looking for then is a motion to accept this as information. Deputy Reeve Northcott. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Very good. We thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll work hard to try and get this thing done.
Great, so that moves us on to item number 5, and that is with emergency and legislative services. And I believe our people are just waiting in the wings, ready to share what they can share with us. So item 5.1, and welcome. So I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Haggard. So.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, members of council. The item before you is one with regards to a Clearwater Regional Fire Service Rescue Apparatus Unit 604. Just a little bit of background before we get into the administrative recommendation for council. As council is well aware, administration from Fire Services met with the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee on March 3rd to discuss the budget related to the aerial truck, Unit 604, and its planned replacement beginning through the procurement process in 2022. The ICC reviewed what had happened so far as part of the procurement process for the fire apparatus. They discussed benefits of different types of apparatuses and features, different models of types of trucks, and some of the concerns relating rising inflationary considerations, which I believe that's something we're all worried about at this point. At the meeting on March 3rd, ICC made the motion that the committee recommends the town and county councils consider an adjusted budget for the aerial truck 604 replacement cost, and that the discussion outcomes were brought back to the ICC for further discussion and consideration. Subsequent to that meeting on March 3rd, we also then received an email from the town of Rocky Mountain House indicating that their town committee of the whole meeting took place on March 4th, and that they considered that budget adjustment at that time, and they were going to be providing the following motion at their meeting March 22nd, which is this afternoon, I believe. And so their motion was going to be that council rise and report to the March 22nd, 2022 council meeting to increase the capital budget from $600,000 to $825,000 to allow for the purchase of a 1.65 aerial fire truck. So that's essentially an update from the last time we met with council and where we're at in terms of the budget. And we have Deputy Chief Stewart here to speak to the technical, related to any technical questions for the apparatus itself. But administratively, we're happy with the adjustment that will, I think, be forthcoming from the town of Rocky Mountain House. And we had 2 motions for council's consideration. One would be that they reconsider the budget amount for the aerial truck and that direct administration to proceed as per the 1.65 million.
Okay. Thank you for that. Questions? I guess I would maybe start with a question around process. So then if we were to amend or adjust, does this need to go back to the ICC then? Because essentially we don't really have, right at this moment, we don't have a decision from our partnering council yet. We have a suggestion that may be what the direction they're going, but if we I certainly don't want to be a peer that we're bullying them into something different than what they want, so I just kind of trying to understand, does this have to go back to the ICC then, which then comes back and recommends to council? Is it a two-step process or one-step process? Or?
It is a multi-step process for sure, and based on the motion from the ICC, that I would recommend that would be the process. But with a budget approval from both municipalities, if everyone was comfortable, I think we can begin the procurement process and then bring it back as information that both councils have now adjusted their budget or been comfortable with an amended budget for the unit. So either way, I think it has to go back to the ICC, but because we're pushing that inflationary clock, and I know that two of the manufacturers that we were further looking into in the past few weeks, they have another inflationary increase coming at the end of April. So one is the 29th of April, one is the 30th, so another 7% increase, up to 10%, we're not sure yet. So it is a supply chain world we're living in, for sure.
The clock is not siding with us in delaying. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Without getting into the operations of the fire service, will us approving a 1.65 give the not all residents and the brigade members the truck that will serve their safety needs?
Thank you, Council and Councillor Melhoff through the Reeve. Short answer is yes. We have done a lot of work in the last couple of weeks. The AFRRCS Equipment Committee and our fleet manager as well at digging deep and down into a couple of manufacturers that we have access through RMA to, and we can get, we have options to get an apparatus that meets our needs at the $1.65 million mark. And definitely covers off the safety considerations for the members themselves being the number one priority and the efficiency and operational use of that apparatus.
I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just following on from that question, you've respec'd a vehicle. Will that maintain the platform on the ladder?
Councillor Ratcliffe, yes, correct. We've got two very preliminary specs developed with two manufacturers that bring us down below the $1.65 million mark, right around it, very close to it, but they are both 100 feet with reach. They both have a bucket on the end. They both have 4 outriggers. They meet what our needs are and the original asks of council. And of course, there are trade-offs for sure from the truck we originally spec'd, but they meet our needs and our safety requirements with a platform aerial with 100 feet of reach and 4 outriggers for the added stabilization features of going downhill as opposed to just uphill.
Okay, good, well done. The last part of my question is that we don't need to adjust our own budget in this case, do we?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we will have to adjust because we did budget for a $1.8 million apparatus, and Mr. Hagan can probably, or Ms. Haggard can probably give much better detail than me.
Interim CAO Hagan can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. We don't necessarily need a Clearwater County budget adjustment because $1.8 million was the approved amount. We would just be underspent, if that makes sense, because we would only be able to proceed based on the approvals of both funding entities, which is the town and the county. So could council choose to adjust the budget as well at the same time? Absolutely, but I don't think it's a requirement in order for us to proceed.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Hagan?
I might just add to that I would suggest we don't adjust the budget at this point. We have sufficient budget to proceed with getting the quotes and continue speccing the equipment. And I would suggest that council may want to wait until those numbers are firmed up and a recommendation comes back from ICC. And if the numbers stay the same, perhaps budget adjustment might be warranted at that time, just to line up with the decision. I would just hate to change it today, and then we find out that something else changed and we need to bring another budget adjustment back to somewhere between the 1.65 and the 1.8. as well. So I think we've got sufficient funding to move ahead with the next steps in the process, and let's see where that falls out. And ultimately, we would suggest a budget adjustment when the numbers are firmed up.
Okay. And Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I would just like to go one step further. This aerial truck that we're looking at, it's going to suit our needs for the life of the vehicle? Or should it have a little bit more added to it now that it will reach the 20-year life expectancy of it?
Councillor Cermak, any aerial apparatus that we spec from any manufacturer is going to be designed to the same standards and designed to last for the life that we need it to, that 20-year mark. Without getting into too much of the weeds on the details of the different manufacturers involved, obviously at this point it's a lot of preliminary pricing. We do have some in writing, some we're waiting for in writing. The two manufacturers that we've spoken to that can get us this type of apparatus under the potential $1.65 million budget amount, they both have their pros and cons for sure. And at that point in time, when we know how much money we have to work with, we will go down that path. But I am confident either way that the truck we spec and deliver to the service will meet the needs of the firefighters, meet the needs of the community, and will last with as much confidence as I would with any other aerial apparatus we would spec.
So the firemen will have the protection that they need when they're out on fire?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Looking at the staff recommendations, I see item Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you very much, Reeve. I'm not on the ICC, and this might be, I was just curious, and you probably did look into it, and it was, but with maybe some of these trucks, they have a 20-year life cycle, right? So I was just wondering, like they're always parked inside there. I don't know how much use they get, but from the bigger centers like Calgary, Edmonton, stuff like that, do they usually take their trucks to the 20-year life cycle, or do they cycle them out at the 10-year mark? And are any of those units are there may be none, or I was just curious what that market's like.
Deputy Reeve Northcott, there is a very limited used apparatus market. There is. I can say that taking our apparatus to 20 years in our service is probably on the outside of recommendations. CAN ULC S515, the standard in Canada on automotive fire apparatus, says that we should be keeping frontline trucks in service to 15 years. Most full-time large fire departments have under 15-year life cycles on their apparatus, and when they do life cycle their apparatus, they are used and complete their life. It depends on a lot of factors. It depends on how many calls they go on every day, types of calls, types of apparatus. It can be, how well they were maintained is obviously a large part of that. Right now, a lot of the demo apparatus and used apparatus that are on the market are going quickly to other fire departments, like First Nations fire departments pick up a lot of used apparatus that are outside of the life cycle for some of the larger centers, places that have a lower risk. I would say that it wouldn't be in the county's best interest to purchase a used aerial apparatus. It would end up costing us more in the long run. There's also some very direct requirements under CAN ULC S515 after a certain amount of years that those aerial apparatus be upgraded to current standards, and that can get quite pricey. And then there's also the older the apparatus is, the larger requirements on providing maintenance documentation and making sure that they're serviced multiple times a year as opposed to their normal standards. So there are used apparatus. Larger cities are usually around the 10 to 15 year mark is how long they take their apparatus to. But when they are complete, they're usually done. I've seen apparatus from Calgary go to training centers, but not in frontline service. There is a difference between frontline and second line service for aerial apparatus for sure.
And if, Reeve Lougheed, if you don't mind, I'll just add to that, and Evan answered the question, I think, perfectly. As well as part of our budget considerations, just the way we budget for capital is we budget for that 10% deposit in one fiscal year, and then the balance in the second fiscal year. So doesn't give staff the opportunity then to look at those unless we push it out another year's time and roll over the dollar. So it'd be a waiting game again, and that inflationary clock would be a consideration as well. But thank you, Evan.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm prepared to make a motion that county directs administration to update the ICC with county budget confirmation for Unit 604 for 1.65 total budget, funded 50% by the county, 50% by town in the budget years 2022, 10% deposit, 2023, 90% balance delivery. I would preface that with ensuring that our partner is also confirmed that they are doing that as well. Because without them, I do not feel that that would be the motion I'd want to make.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 5.2, and that is around the AFRRCS, Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services AFRRCS system.
Thank you again, Reeve Lougheed. And just for council's recollection of the background on this item, at the January 17th Strategic Planning Committee meeting of the whole, council discussed the county's existing radio system and the towers and several options to migrate from an analog to a digital radio communication system. The committee received a presentation at that time from the Alberta First Responders Radio Communication Systems, which is a provincial department of government, representatives, as well as our fire services staff and our IT staff, going over the radio systems we have at the county and the public service radio system for regional fire. At that time, the committee looked at several options for communications and recommended council authorize a budget adjustment to 2022 to address the need for fire services radio system transition to that option 1A, switch over to AFRRRCS, using an annual operating lease over a 5-year term. The item was then, again, process steps related, went from the Strategic Planning Committee back to Council for endorsement at the February 8th meeting. And at that point, Council directed administration to proceed with a request for proposal using option 1A as the background for the RFP. And that has taken place. The RFP was posted at the mid-February on the Alberta Purchasing Connection website for a period of 3 weeks. And the RFP closed mid-March, and after administration from Fire Services, Emergency and Ledge Services, and Information Technology were part of the bid review and scoring process. Bearcom was the low valid bidder on that project. The option 1A costs were just over $20,000 a month, or what works out to be around $245,000 annually. And there's some maintenance-related items within that agreement as well that would be part of future budget considerations. So I'll pass it off to our subject matter experts when it comes to the technical questions related to the RFP and how the AFRRRCS implementation process would take place. But for the staff recommendation for council's budget adjustment for 2022 operating would be an increase of $78,000 to expenditures to the Information Technology Department in order to proceed with the project. This amount would include funding of that operational lease for the balance of the year, the 6 months remaining by the time the equipment is expected to be received, as well utilizing some of those existing operating budget dollars, that $45,000 that we would have been purchasing radios and batteries with our old analog system. So there's a bit of a cost savings there. So it's not the full amount in the year 2022. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Reeve Lougheed, if you have any questions. Or...
Sure. Any questions at all? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not clear on the cause of the need for the extra funding. Is it that the bids came in higher than we budgeted for?
So this is a project that wasn't anticipated with the 2022 budget, and is one that has kind of been laid on the back burner for quite some time because of the initial idea was to replace a system with towers and such that has a high capital cost. So that was kind of put on hold for quite a period of time. So when we brought this to strategic planning in January, we presented the options for the committee to determine which direction the system would go in the future. So this was an unanticipated cost. So no, it's not a cost increase. It's just something that wasn't accounted for in the budget process.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No worries.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just wanting to confirm that I believe it was 86,000 that would normally be for maintenance cost of the existing system that we have. That would take into effect in 2023, that savings we would see.
As if and as towers are decommissioned, that's correct. So we have to keep that funding in place. I did ask Cam if we could include that amount for 2022, and he said not until AFRRCS is implemented and we see which way we can deal with those towers. So that will be a separate process to figure out how to, but it'll be reduced maintenance costs for sure, because we will not be replacing the equipment on the towers specific to the fire service or the analog system for fire service.
So some of that 86,000, we may even see a savings in the 2022 budget year, just not.
Hopefully.
We can't confirm that, but we may see some
Absolutely.
of that.
He's keeping that comfort level just to make sure we can fix a problem before this is fully implemented when we do the switch over from analog to digital.
Okay.
You bet.
Thank you.
Most of the times, it would be an emergency situation. You know, if the old existing network crashes or something and we need to send a helicopter out to fix it or something. So we sort of keep that in reserve.
And I guess just one question I would have, this is for a five-year lease, and there would be one midterm kind of maintenance fee, $7,500, I think I saw in there somewhere?
Correct. It was a $7,500 maintenance fee, and that I believe in maybe Deputy Chief Stewart can speak to that, but it was in terms of reprogramming radios, that sort of thing, making sure they're up to date in that sense. And the only reason why there's one adjustment for 2022 is because we're in the process in the middle of the year. The balance of that operating lease will be in each of the future budget years for that 5-year period.
And I guess a further question I would have, we are still responsible for units that are damaged through our own action or inaction, whatever the case might be, as well as is there some form of warranty for, I guess, this equipment that we're not on the line for every time there's a problem with a radio? Just seeing that midterm fee, I just wondered if there was kind of a ongoing warranty with these units, that we're not going to see any additional costs beyond what would be damage or loss or something like that.
Reeve, you're correct. With the proposal, the valid proposal that we've received, there is a 5-year warranty on all the equipment, which would cover the entire lease for the equipment out to 5 years. But of course, if we are responsible for damaging a portable radio, for an example, that we would be on the hook essentially for the cost of replacing that radio. We do factor in some spare radios into the RFP. So, as long as we don't go over our factored in amount of spare radios, we may not have to get more midway through the lease, essentially. There is obviously the potential that could happen if we had a catastrophic event where we had 10 radios be destroyed or something like that. We may have to get more radios midterm in the lease, but the lease as presented does cover spares. There is a 5-year warranty on all the equipment. The 1-year maintenance cost is reflective of retuning of mobile radio antennas, base station radio antennas on the apparatus as they bounce and drive down the road for a few years. It is cleaning and reprogramming of portable radios, for an example, at the midway mark so that they will last us the 5 years, essentially, is the plan. But it is definitely warranted equipment under the proposal that we have in front of us.
Any further questions? There is a staff recommendation before us. Would anybody be willing to make that as a motion? Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I'll make a motion that the council adjust the 22 operating budget to increase information technology expense by $78,000 to be funded from municipal taxes.
Okay, further discussion on that motion? Ms. Sirhan?
I would just ask that the motion just be adjusted slightly to increase tax revenue by that amount also. Thank you.
Okay, would that be something you would amend?
That would be a very friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Councillor Northcott.
Just a little bit of clarity on the tax revenue increase, what?
So during budget deliberations, the tax revenue was balanced to the needs of the budget for 2022, so that this is an increase to the budget. So the tax revenue, when I bring the tax rates, it would include this additional cost of sorry, I don't know what it is, 78,000 included in the tax rates that I bring forward with the tax rate bylaw in April.
And Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Just to add to Ms. Sirhan's explanation, the reason we're suggesting municipal taxes at this point, as opposed to a transfer from reserve or a transfer from contingency, is mostly in the interest of transparency. This is going to be an ongoing operating expense for the county, so we didn't want anybody to misunderstand that this might be just a one-time thing, that those other avenues of funding might be available. Most appropriately, it's going to come from municipal taxes in the future. We have the opportunity to still adjust the tax rates themselves at this point. So we think it's most transparent and explanatory to actually increase the tax revenue amount at this point.
Thank you. And Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
So in simple terms, this would lead to an increase in taxes. Is that right?
That's a difficult question to answer.
Okay.
At this point, it will be an increase in tax revenue, and council will be able to decide on tax rates at a future meeting based on the assessment information that was presented at the last meeting. So remember, when you say increase in taxes, are we meaning increase in tax rate? Maybe, maybe not, depending on what council decides. It definitely increases tax revenue that needs to be met through the tax rate determination. So again, finance will bring forward some options for council to consider in terms of, based on the assessment, what tax rates might council want to choose from in setting the tax rate for 2022.
Okay, and I'm sure there's always efficiencies that can be found throughout the county to make up some of that too, right?
Those efficiencies are found every day and are presented to council annually through the budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions around this motion that's on the floor? If not, Councillor Ratcliffe, your lights. I think your light's been on for a bit.
It's the ghost again. Oh, sorry.
In that case, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us down to item 6.1. And bear with me for a second while I flip a page. Yes. So I guess I would go to Rhonda for this one.
Second to
Sure.
also find where I am. Oops. So as council is aware, that county has been fighting a particularly long legal battle. And the Court of Queen's Bench decided in favor of the county in both the initial decision and subsequently the appeal for a stop order of an unauthorized development. So Clearwater County incurred many legal costs for this battle, and the court has awarded the county the ability to transfer a total of $128,500 of these costs directly to the responsible party through the tax roll. So the court file awarded $3,500 in legal fees to Clearwater County on February 5th, and then on March 11th, an additional $125,000. The benefit to Clearwater County of adding these costs to the roll is that these costs can be then collected through the normal tax collection process and be the burden of the ratepayer that lost the appeal. The court requires that council make a resolution adding these costs to the associated tax roll as stated in section 553, subsection 1, subsection H.1. A council may add the following amounts to the tax roll of a parcel of land. The expenses and costs of carrying out an order under section 646, which is the enforcement of a stop order.
So, any questions? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just out of my own curiosity, would this resident have known, or I don't know, company, whatever it is, I don't know, would they have known that this wasn't, that this could potentially happen when they started this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just for my own clarification, what happens if they attempt to sell that parcel?
If council makes a resolution to put it on to their tax roll, then that would be taken into account when the court is dispersing funds from the sale of that property, and or the lawyers are dispersing funds from the sale of that property. Each caveat has a order that is an order in which they are paid, and taxes being fairly high on the on the order.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, if I may just add to that as well. Passing this resolution actually adds security to the county for collection of those amounts, because if the property is sold, the county only comes second to the Crown in terms of priority. So it would help to guarantee that the county would see recuperation of those funds if the property is sold.
Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Would it be possible for us to get any more background, a little bit more depth on this certain item?
Go in camera, you could.
I wouldn't mind knowing just maybe a little bit more about this item, if that's all right.
I guess understanding the process for that, I'm not sure. I'd go to Mr. Hagan or Ms. Sirhan or Tracy Lynn.
Perhaps I can answer that, Reeve Lougheed. To go further would risk us divulging confidential financial information in an open session. What we can do is provide some additional detail to council through an email as well, with a little bit more background as to this situation. As Ms. Sirhan has pointed out, this has been an ongoing case to support our stop order related to this property. And that would be FOIP section 17 that we need to respect.
Any further questions? Now, there is a staff recommendation. Do we feel, would somebody make that motion, I guess is what I'm asking. Councillor Swanson?
Sure, I'll make the motion that council approve the addition of legal costs in the amount of $128,500 to roll 3508-19-3001.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Maybe Deputy Reeve Northcott is going to answer this. Maybe I'll let him go. My question was if he felt prepared to vote at this time without that information.
Deputy Reeve Northcott.
That was my comment. I would just like that little bit extra information if available prior to voting.
I guess we can table this motion in that case, for pending more information, or, sorry? Mr. Hagan.
I don't think it would be an option to go into closed session this time because it was not added to the agenda.
Right.
So as a point of order, I would suggest that would be inappropriate. I believe there is sufficient information here, particularly those councillors that are repeating from the last term have been involved in this situation for quite some time. I don't know if those councillors are able to lend any assurance based on the history without divulging confidential information. I will say the legal fees are quite a bit higher than these amounts that have been awarded. Those have been absorbed by the county in due diligence of the stop order and enforcing the county's bylaws. And I would provide that assurance as well. It could be tabled, but also to be diligent is to point out the risk to the county that if the property is sold in the meantime, we don't have that security on the property. So it is absolutely in the county's best interest to transfer these amounts to the tax roll on a timely basis to assure the best chance of collection.
Do you know what we're talking about? I guess, Ms. Serhan, please.
I can just add that this is in relation to a stop order for development on a recreational property. SDAB appeal.
So looking for that consensus. I mean, ultimately, I'll go with Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think the only thing that is difficult here is that there is 5 of us that are new, so it is a carryover, which is my understanding from previous councils, so that we are at a little bit of a disadvantage as we were not part of this initial legal action. However, if the Queen's Bench ruled in favor of putting this against that particular landowner, that is good enough for me, and I would be more than happy to vote on this motion today.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Thank you. I believe we did have a brief conversation about this previously, and I have faith in our administration and our previous councillors. I feel confident to vote in this.
Okay, so again, we do have that motion on the table. Unless there was a different motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That brings us into section 7, which is our reports, and I'll turn it across the room to Mr. Hagan for the interim CAO report.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. 3 items on this particular report. None of these, I don't believe, will require any sort of approval from council as to attendance or anything like that, so I would just turn it back to council if there are any questions on these items.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My only question was with regard to the emergency medical services. Have we received any correspondence with regards to the hours change? Directly to the county? Have we received any correspondence? I know that myself as a councillor have received one, but have we received any directly to all of council on the hours change for our EMS service here locally?
I don't believe so.
No? Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Have we looked into or had the opportunity to hear any information on what Panoka is doing with their EMS issues and the costing associated and bills associated with the increased fees of medical first response?
Not that I'm aware of.
No? Okay. I will follow that up with an email. Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion to accept the interim CAO report for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Capital project status update report. And again, across the room to you.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Again, I will look to council if there are any questions on the capital status update report.
I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. As per email chain that was sent out, I would agree with having significantly more depth going forward. I understand that we weren't in a time crunch for this particular one, but going forward, I would very much request just a little bit more meat to some of these associated with the actual expenditures, where we're at, are we meeting our timelines and financial lines, et cetera. And also, I'm gonna ask again, where are we at with going to visit our facilities, including the Knox Center?
Certainly, and as reported to council through an email from myself this morning, additional information is under review. We don't want to necessarily repeat what is already being provided through other avenues, such as finances, monthly and quarterly reports. So we will be examining that going forward as well. So I can't give you an exact date when you'll start to see any changes to these reports, but we are looking at that. In terms of a field trip over to the main point of presence here, we are lining that up. We're just waiting for the electricity to get in so council can actually see what it looks like inside. We'll be tripping on things. So I would anticipate that that will probably occur next month.
Ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. When are we anticipated to do the broadband orientation so we can ask more in-depth questions with regards to broadband? Are we anticipating that soon?
That is really going to be up to council, and perhaps we can discuss that as part of our closed session today.
Okay, I don't want to have to motion forcing the issue on some of these things. I don't want to have to go that route, but we may have to if that's the direction that this goes, because I don't want us to miss opportunities that may present themselves just because we don't have the information needed to make decisions.
And again, it is in council's hands at this point. It is not administration withholding information. Administration would be more than happy to share the information, but there's some other issues that need to be dealt with first.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
I'm curious in regards to the Nordic paving projects, because I realize with the price of oil going up and seeing the price of the gas pumps, I realize that the bids that came under, that they were notified that it is under budget amount, but I'm just curious if that will have an impact with the gas prices going forward for the summer once these projects are starting to take effect. What are some outlines on that, or what are our options if contractors come back?
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. It's a relevant question today. I suggest that we don't have an answer quite yet on that, but Public Works is carefully monitoring that situation and keeping those lines of communication open. And I would anticipate that they will be bringing additional information back to council should they see that situation potentially changing on us.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Going back to the broadband portion, I see the Farrier Tower is listed here as being underway. There's nothing for the Nordig Tower. But to try and understand the cost for those, I went and looked in the capital budget. And for phase one, the only thing that's identified is $20,000 to finish the fencing. So I'm wondering and there was nothing as well in the phase 6. So I'm wondering how these towers are funded.
They will be put in those capital budgets. So I will ask IT to provide some additional information to all of council following this meeting through an email. detailing where those amounts are included.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Councillor Cermak.
You're installing the 84-foot meter, or 84-meter tower in Farrier. I thought we weren't doing anything in the Farrier area. I thought we voted against that.
I believe, Councillor Cermak, are you referring to the request for proposal that was issued for fiber to the home in the Farrier area? For council's benefit, the budget amount was removed for the 2022 budget, and that was based on an estimate of where those RFP responses may come in at. So again, council removed that from the 2022 capital budget, so there is currently no funding for that. But we did receive responses to the RFP. Those have been reviewed, and we have information to bring back to council to actually make a decision as to whether council wants to proceed with a project there. And of course, then funding would need to be assigned to it. So that is still coming. And again, that's part of the information administration is wanting to bring back to council.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What would be involved in doing a project audit? Not a full-on financial audit, but a project audit of the broadband project?
Money and time.
Money and time. Is there a rough cost of how much I know a financial audit is very, very in-depth, but an actual project audit, rough cost of how much that would cost?
I would have no idea until I asked for quotes. And I would remind council that all of our projects are included in the financial statement audit. But if you want something specific to a project itself, there will be an extra cost to that. How much that cost is, I don't know at this point.
I think we're all just grasping to try to get as much information on this particular project as we can. And hopefully, like you said a few minutes ago, that we can get a direction forward in our in-camera meeting this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Not on broadband, although I have lots for that. Regarding the River Road, that seems to be moving along very well, that we have the land. I'm just wondering if enough land is included for a walking trail. That's something that's been discussed. I'm just looking for verification that that's going to go ahead with this project.
Don't have that information for council today. I will inquire of Public Works Infrastructure. But my recollection is as well that the potential for a walking trail has been identified, but isn't necessarily part of that project. I believe, my understanding is that there would be more to that than just simply that location right there. It would be a project almost unto itself as well. So I will make that inquiry and get some information provided back to all of council.
Okay, yes, there was the question of would the trail only go as far as the rodeo grounds, or would it go the whole distance? So that would be very interesting to know what that's going to look like. If you'd get that for us, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions? I might just comment that I do appreciate the report. It's great to have that update. Looks like we're very busy, and I know that the more information we get, this council has more questions every time we get more information. That's great. It spurs discussion. Looking for a motion to accept this report for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next is the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report for February of 2022. And again, I'll see if there's anything you want to outline or open it up for questions from council.
ask council for any questions.
Sure. Counselor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Our medical co-response, it was noted when Ms. Serhan was doing our financial reports last month that we were quite over budget in the operational line for fire. And I know we're not super far into this year, but does it look like we will be on par for the budget that we have allocated to that, based that these numbers are slightly lower than last year already? I just don't want us to be over budget again this year.
Thank you for the question. I would suggest there will be reports coming, operating reports, likely starting in April. So we'll look to those to start to inform us as to that progress. You're right, it is early in the year, but council will be receiving monthly reports going forward, and we'll be able to together track that progress.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Of interest to me as I saw the new wildland urban interface unit nearing completion. Do we have a in-service date yet for that apparatus?
I don't have a date for you today, council, but I will get that information and have it shared.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm looking for, Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have a question?
I just have a question on interpreting these statistics. Not having background as a firefighter. Am I correct in understanding that between Leslieville and Condor, there were 5 calls in February that were responded to as compared to 29 on Rocky? That's the bottom section. Is that what that means?
Mr. Hagan, maybe you can shed some light. I would give my comment, but it probably could be wrong.
Perhaps I'll wait for your comment.
I think it's you know, you could be correct in that there was 5 first due calls, but there's quite a few calls that are supportive of the other stations within the county. So I don't know if that accurately. I think there's at least another 2 or 3 that I see, or maybe 4 that would be. So
okay,
yeah.
I would agree.
I do hear the sirens, so I do know those trucks from Condor are going out, so.
Yeah, my understanding is it's trying to cap all the activity within the region, and also differentiate as to who was the first responder, first due to that scene, or was it an assistance to another station.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I just was gonna note the same thing, that they don't like to use the Q word, so I'm not even gonna say it because it'll jinx them, but that it's great to see those numbers, but I think it's important to also look back at then the hours of practice that these members are putting in. So while their call volume, thankfully for our community, may be a little bit lower in those stations, the number of hours that they still put in to train for that unfortunately inevitable event is important to note. I also would love to just hats off to the new recruits and to the level 1 firefighters that completed level 1 training and all the extra training that they're doing. That's a huge asset to our community, so it's great to see.
And I think some of those statistics also reflect the amount of time that's going into training and kind of the off season, because this month and the next month coming after it tend to be very busy, which skew the results the other way. So he's seeing 60% of their time being in training. I'm glad they're gonna have those skills and have that equipment ready to go for what could potentially be a very busy spring fire season. And hats off to those people getting ready for that. Any further questions around the Fire Rescue Services report? If not, again, I would be looking for a motion to accept that for information. Counselor Graham, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Looking at the clock here, counselor remuneration, that's been circulated. Looking for a motion to accept counselor remuneration. Counselor Swanson, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I think we have a few minutes left. Let's do our counselor reports. And today I'll really shake it up and I'll go to Counselor Swanson first.
There you go. Thank you, Lloyd. Just in regards, we did attend RMA last week, which was in comparison to past spring conventions, it was on the slower side, but I really appreciate the fact that we had visitors attend with us, or guests with us from both the village and the town, so that was great in that response to do those relationship building. In regards to last Thursday, it was the seniors the Rocky Seniors Housing. We had our audit, and which was very interesting. I will share the document. We don't have it electronically, but I will share the document with the rest of council, and which we still came out flying colors. Councillor Cermak and I were on that. And yes, that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you again, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, we attended RMA together. Some other things of note that I've got to do in the last couple of weeks is I got to meet with Minister Nixon with regards to some of the EMS issues that we're struggling with, and discuss with him some of the actually direct changes with our own EMS team and the hours. The hours that they are proposing is actually looking at taking a 25-year step backwards with regards to EMS service in our community. So I'm hoping that we can come to a way forward with that. Also had the opportunity to discuss with him the backcountry camping fees, and hoping that we're going to be getting some more information with regards to that by fall. That was his hope as well. And part of that, the fees are a lot of the work that he's doing with trails and the wildlife officers that are being put out there. He says that he feels that those will be coming out of the camping fees. So he will confirm that with us by fall, hopefully. And I attended the Rocky Chamber of Commerce mixer with the Ag Society. It is great to see that little but mighty society working hard towards bettering ag in our area. They've been in our area since 1913, going strong. They actually received the award for innovation in 2021. They couldn't do the EAT tours, which is the educational ag tours that grade 4s go out into our communities and teach them where their food comes from, and just general ag life. Couldn't do them because of COVID, unfortunately, so they took it upon themselves and made virtual farm tours. They have 10 and growing. They're building more videos for the website in order to get people out onto that farm, even if they couldn't be there in person. So it was great to see that. And the rest is in the report that I forwarded to you guys last night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Malhoff? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Not a question, but I just want to give you a shout out. You're doing so much good with all the EMS things, and I appreciate for our community all of the hard work that you're putting in.
Thank you.
Great. Any further questions? Well, thank you very much, Jenny. I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. There's a lot here. I'm not going to touch on RN. I think Jennifer and the other councillors here will enlighten everybody on what's going on. I would just like to let everybody know that there's an open house on the seniors housing on Monday, March 28th at 6:30. There will be the person who's kind of looking at building head, Sam Spalding. He will be there, and his engineer to answer all questions and everything that everybody has. And it's a project that I think that the county needs. Thank you.
Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Do they have a plan to come and present to council as well? To like talk to us as a group as well?
Have that information. I'm not with the Chamber of Commerce there that is heading it up. That would be a great question for you to ask them.
Perfect.
And I think they should come.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, I would see a benefit to that at some point. A delegation would be terrific if they could update us on their activities. Any further questions for Councillor Cermak? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Well, my report's pretty darn short. I was very disappointed to not be able to attend RMA, and I appreciate all of Tracy Lynn's hard work surrounding that and making that work. I just, on last Wednesday, I believe it was session 404 for the EOEP course. So that's all wrapped up, and that is my report.
Thank you. Any questions? Again, thank you for your report. And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. I don't have a lot to report, although we have been very busy. Most of it's been around the RMA convention. I also finished the elected officials education program on municipal corporate planning and finance. I'm definitely not a pro, but I understand a lot more of what's involved. The RMA convention, I always find these inspiring. The education programs, the education sessions, or interface sessions with different groups, like on economic development, the Sand and Gravel Association, talk about an aggregate levy is something that I think we need to look at. The best benefit, I think, of these conventions, or certainly half the benefit, is being able to interface with councillors from other municipalities. I had some good discussions with both pro and con, with counties who've been through amalgamation, through dissolution or planned amalgamation. So there's lots of resources out there of people who have been through this that can help guide us as we move ahead. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? And Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. I just want to go back to Councillor Graham's comments regarding all the work put into RMA. I'd also like to thank Tracy Lynn for that, and pass on heartfelt thanks from Councillor Rimmer of Caroline, who was able to attend in your absence, and really appreciated that opportunity.
Did you have something you?
Yes, I went to the bottom of my sheet. Thank you. I did miss something, and that is I got a note yesterday from Clearwater Community Crime Watch about their AGM on March 31st at the Rocky Regional Recreation Center. That's at 7 p.m. This is a crucial meeting for Crime Watch. Most of the existing board is retiring, so it could be the end of Crime Watch, which is unfortunate because I think Crime Watch adds a lot in our community. So hopefully there will be enough people show up to keep this going and to rejuvenate it from a younger perspective. The prevalence of online crime, digital crime, is something that the board is old enough they just can't comprehend. So bringing some younger people in and saving that organization would be very useful. It's Thursday, March 31st. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hagan?
Further to that, if I may just add that Communications has posted that on social media and our website as well, that meeting location and date.
Great. Councillor Graham, we have a question.
I guess more of a statement too for anyone that may be watching this. If you don't know who to contact or what to do, contact any of us because we can get you in touch. Because I know I've had people say they wanted to be a part of this but didn't know how, so just contact us or anyone at the county, I'm sure would help too, so you can be involved.
Thank you for that. And I'll go to Councillor Northcott, or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Okay, well, I suppose this will be a little bit relevant to the county and the residents, but I attended on my own personal time an AI course at Lakeland College. And it was an excellent course. It was 4 days. It was way tougher than I ever thought it was going to be. But it really was. There was cows, and more cows. There's lots of pens of cows. The instructor, Sean, phenomenal teacher. Yeah, it was really great to see, and the pride that a lot of the other attendees and students in their ranches and the farming operations, people are pretty proud of their operations. They run very efficiently. There's very little red tape, very little. They just have just enough policy to run their operations on a very efficient way. And the pride was I had really good visits and met a lot of real nice people. And I know that calving season is right in the middle of it, and the bulls will be getting put out to pasture here pretty soon too. So, and I guess just one other little note, I guess on item 6.1, I did receive just a small little piece of information that allowed me to have a good direction on my vote on that. And the third and last thing, I guess, is I'm still learning a lot, but I'd never been aware of the opioid crisis that currently is in society, and the amount of strains that it does put on our EMS system and really so many areas of society that the opioid crisis does put on our society. So lots of stuff to learn, and learning lots, but that's my council report.
Great. Any questions for Deputy Reeve Northcott? Well, thanks again, and I won't go through the about 30 pages of notes I've taken over the last couple of weeks being up in Edmonton, but I think it was a great time to get back together and really network with those other municipalities to hear the stories that people have and how they have adapted to the new realities we deal with and how they're coping with it. It was great to share that. I can also share that I'm very proud of this council. It's like being with a team of rock stars up there. They're active, they're asking questions, they're taking in the educational opportunities. I can't really say enough about how proud I am of this council. They go up to the microphone, ask questions. So this is a council that's actively working for their community, and I think the RMA and the AM was very beneficial. One of my takeaways was from the province. The province has finally announced, after what Clearwater County has been lobbying for many, many years, is to have a policy around broadband, to have a strategic plan and a commitment of funding. So that's where we're at now. Good for our future. That strategic plan, that policy is in good alignment with the work we've already done. So I think that bodes well, those monies can be leveraged not only with what we have committed so far into it, and what the province is committing and the federal government is committing. So as partners, I think we can reach some solutions for broadband within our community. Anyway, I won't go into depth, but that's kind of my impressions from there. Any further questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept councillor reports for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I think that takes us, our next appointment is at 1 o'clock, I believe, so that will take us into a recess. So we'll be back at 1.
Couldn't do it without my big brother.
Well, welcome back after our recess. A couple of points to, or a couple of points on the agenda to take care of. Point number 8, correspondence. We have none this time, so we don't need to accept that correspondence, of course. And number 9, would there be any notices of motion? Seeing none, then that takes us to item number 10, and that would be a closed session, so I would be looking for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Swanson, any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Great, we're in closed session. welcome back, everyone. There will be no motions coming from closed session. That brings us down to the last motion of the day, which would be adjournment. I'd be looking for that motion. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much for joining us today.